Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Quickly just to advise, I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the following bills: Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025, Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, Health Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 Bill 2025, and Private Health Insurance Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025. I've received a message from the Senate informing that Senator Thorpe has been appointed a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the 2025 election. Senator Thorpe has been appointed a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Implementation of the National Register Scheme, and Senator Brockman has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, and that Senator Collins has been appointed a member of that committee. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Australian Centre for Disease Control Bill 2025, consideration of Senate's amendments.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move that the amendments be agreed to. Mr Speaker, in June 2020, in the days when opposition actually developed policy, I went to the National Press Club to deliver my vision statement on science. My opening words were this: one day when the pandemic is over. With the spectre of a second wave of COVID then hanging over us, I talked about how the pandemic had been a wake-up call for Australia. I pointed out the anomaly that we were the only OECD country without an equivalent of America's Centre for Disease Control and Prevention. And knowing that a stronger future for our country depended on that anomaly being addressed, I called for the establishment of an Australian Centre for Disease Control, properly resourced and independent. A CDC that would provide governments with consistent, rapid advice. A CDC with a focus on preparedness for any future pandemics, a focus that would include drills and exercises. We must not forget that one of the factors that saw Australia even more vulnerable to COVID and its impacts was that we hadn't had a pandemic drill since exercise sustained under the Rudd government a dozen years earlier. The grim consequence of the coalition government's complacency was that we were woefully underprepared for what came. As the COVID-19 inquiry report would eventually lay bare, Australia went into the pandemic with no playbook for the pandemic, limited readiness of the national medical stockpile, and badly stretched aged and healthcare systems. A few months after my vision statement, I used my budget and reply speech to commit a future Labor government to establishing an Australian Centre for Disease Control to bring us into line with other advanced economies. And I'm pleased that with this legislation, having followed considerable work to make sure that we got it right. We're once again turning a vision from opposition into a reality delivered in government and maintaining our momentum in delivering for all Australians. And we are heeding one of the core recommendations of the COVID-19 inquiry to ensure that in the future we're as prepared as a nation as we can be. So what we did was the systematic, orderly, considered development of policy into progress that defines the way that this government operates. We came into government with a commitment. We established the COVID-19 inquiry first and waited to hear that evidence in our first term so that we took that evidence and used that input into policy and then, of course, introduced the legislation in this term, and now these amendments will improve that legislation on the basis of being prepared to consider advice and the process which we have gone through. This will make the ACDC operational from the 1st of January. It will be an independent statutory agency led by a Director-General. It will bring together critical information and experts to protect Australia from diseases and other threats to public health. The Australian CDC will provide high-quality analysis and advice on public health risks to governments and the Australian community. It will also promote and coordinate action to prepare for and respond to these tasks. Just as we've worked to apply the economic lessons of the pandemic by investing in our manufacturing capacity, strengthening our supply chains and building our economic self-reliance, we must learn the health lessons of that time as well. That is what this legislation does. On a small side note, you couldn't ask for a more Australian acronym than ACDC, Mr Speaker. Though if this ACDC were to have a theme song, and I know raising contemporary music is dangerous in this house, it would have to be Highway to Health. Once again, our government is delivering for Australians. Delivering carefully, delivering methodically. A government that looks to Australia's future armed with the lessons of the recent past, and understanding that Australians are always best served by a government that governs not just for today, but governs for the long-term future of this nation. I commend the amendments in the bill to the House.
Question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bell. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
What are the hidden messages in ACDC? I'm not even wearing a T-shirt. What's wrong with you people? Oh, I don't know.
Dirty deeds. Doesn't sound like it.
Does it mean that, you know?
I got this suit, it was like...
Have you heard the first album, High Voltage? Track 3, first word is big.
Pro-COVID, pro-pandemic.
Have a listen to disease control. 92nd state. You get a good run. It's not a state. There's not a single health group in every state government. It's just the environment protection hill to die. Yeah. What a hill.
Listen to track 1 of Unknown Pleasures, Disorder.
We lean into it.
Yeah, that's right.
Why are you opposing this?
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Tapping into the...
No, not a word.
No,
I was in some other country.
We were here, we were just...
What?
We can shoot you if you like.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the Senate amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 99, noes 37. Order. The result of the division is ayes 99, noes 37. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We'll move to notice number 1, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, Communications Legislation Amendment, Australian Content Requirement for Subscription Video On Demand Streaming Services Bill 2025.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Where's that? Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I present the Communications Legislation Amendment, Australian Content Requirement for Subscription Video On Demand Streaming Services Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I call the Leader of the House and Minister for the Arts.
Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Today, the Albanese Labor government is legislating for streaming services to have guaranteed Australian content. This bill amends the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and subordinate legislation to allow for an Australian screen content requirement on subscription video on demand streaming services. In the National Cultural Policy, Revive, A Place for Every Story, A Story for Every Place, the Australian Government committed to introduce requirements for Australian screen content on streaming services to ensure continued access to local stories and content. We should never underestimate how important it is for Australians to see ourselves on screen. It helps us to better understand ourselves and our neighbours and allows the world to see us. Australian stories play an important role in shaping Australia's national identity, fostering social inclusion and encouraging cultural expression. They are our greatest cultural asset. They help build a sense of community, collective well-being and a shared identity. They reflect and define who we are as a nation and make us recognisable on the international stage. Australian stories help make sense of our past. Australian stories help make sense of our past, define ourselves in the present and promote our people, our creativity and our country to the world. They bring people together and enable the exchange of experiences, ideas and perspectives. All Australians benefit when we are represented by and can hear our voices in the stories brought to the big and small screen. Major structural changes in audience viewing habits have meant that contemporary Australian audiences are increasingly engaging with content across multiple platforms. Public broadcasters, commercial broadcasters, cable and streaming are all part of Australia's television landscape now and into the future. In relation to the public broadcasters, the ABC Charter includes the requirement for the ABC to broadcast programs that contribute to Australia's sense of national identity, inform and entertain and reflect the cultural diversity of the Australian community. The SBS Charter states that the SBS's principal function is to provide multilingual and multicultural broadcasting and digital media services that inform, educate and entertain all Australians, and in doing so reflect Australia's multicultural society. Australian content quotas for commercial television were first introduced in the 1960s to ensure that Australians had access to stories and to see their culture, language and values reflected on screen. These local content requirements were updated in the 1990s to apply to free-to-air and to other subscription television broadcasters, requiring broadcasters to commission a minimum level of Australian content every year. This is either based on hours in the case of free-to-air commercial television broadcasters, or in the case of other subscription broadcasters, a percentage of their total drama expenditure in Australia. These requirements stabilise the market and act as a safeguard for the Australian screen production sector. But unlike free-to-air broadcasting services and other subscription television services, streaming services have no requirements to make Australian content available on their platforms. The ready availability of content produced in other countries risks drowning out our own Australian stories. Without government intervention, there is no guarantee that streaming services will produce and make Australian content available to Australian consumers. As more Australians watch screen content through streaming services, the government's goal in introducing these requirements is to guarantee a minimum level of expenditure on new Australian content on these services. It will ensure that access to Australian content and Australian stories is guaranteed to Australians regardless of the platform on which they choose to view it. Since the policy was endorsed in Australia's National Cultural Policy Revive in 2023, there's been an extraordinary amount of engagement with stakeholders involving the Minister for Communications, Annika Wells, and before that the now Attorney-General, Michelle Rowland, as well as the Arts Envoy, Susan Templeman. The extensive and genuine consultation process has informed the development of this requirement. The views of stakeholders and the analysis undertaken throughout the consultation process has informed the development of the Australian screen content requirements being introduced today. Consultation took longer than we would have liked, but we were determined to get this right. The proposed requirement introduced today is consistent with Australia's international trade obligations. The Australian screen content requirement will apply to streaming services operating in Australia with at least 1 million Australian subscribers. The requirement is for streaming services to invest at least 10% of their total program expenditure for Australia on eligible program formats in Australia and on new Australian programs. Eligible program formats are drama, children's, documentary, arts and educational programs. Total program expenditure for the Australian market includes the cost of programs commissioned or acquired specifically for the Australian market, as well as programs which were made overseas and not specifically licensed for Australia, otherwise known as global content or referred to frequently as global licensing. This global content can represent a large proportion of streaming services catalogues. There are some streaming companies operating in Australia that only have global content. If global content wasn't included and the requirement was based solely on a streaming service's total drama expenditure in Australia, then there is a risk that services could in fact end up with no requirement at all. If global content were to be excluded from any requirement, international streaming services could simply minimise their expenditure in Australia and avoid any obligation. Simply put, 10% of nothing would deliver nothing. The requirement also includes a voluntary option for streaming services to acquit their requirements based on a calculation of 7.5% of their Australian revenue. The requirement uses the definition of Australian content which is set out in the Broadcasting Services Australian Content and Children's Television Standards 2020. This is the definition that is already used for commercial free-to-air and other subscription television broadcasters. It is therefore the appropriate, consistent definition. Streaming services covered by the new requirements will report to the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which will administer the Australian screen content requirement. Streaming services can commit their obligation over a 3-year period. This principle was put strongly to the government during consultation by the streaming services and reflects the lumpy nature of investment cycles in high-quality programs. There will also be a statutory review conducted 4 years after the commencement to make sure the requirement is operating effectively. The Australian Government committed to ensuring Australians have access to local stories wherever they choose to watch their screen content. This bill fulfils that commitment. In introducing the legislation, I must acknowledge the numerous stakeholders who have long advocated for Australian content, for there to be an Australian content requirement on streaming platforms. The Screen Producers Association, present in the gallery at the moment, the Media Alliance, the MEAA, and all of the guilds, as well as many people who don't in fact work in the industry at all, but who simply have a connection to the screen through watching great Australian stories. The path to this legislation, Mr Speaker, has been long. The streamers hadn't even arrived in Australia in 2013. When I was a new arts minister, I noticed at the time you could log on to Apple iTunes and choose a movie and come back to your TV half an hour later and it would be ready to watch. I said at the time, it's not going to be long before we are watching the internet through our televisions. I knew then that the television quotas that we had available on free-to-air television weren't going to help. I wish Australia had acted then. We didn't have time before we lost office, but we are acting now. Since their introduction in Australia, streaming services have created some extraordinary shows. In the last few years, many of them have produced great Australian content. A minority are yet to produce any. This legislation is not a criticism of the streaming businesses in Australia. It is an endorsement of Australian stories, a celebration of Australian creatives, and a show of respect for the Australian audience. This bill will guarantee Australians will have access to Australian stories now and into the future. It will ensure that no matter which remote control you're holding, Australian stories will be at your fingertips. Australians will see themselves, know each other, and the world will meet us.
The debate must now be adjourned. I'll give a call to the member for Flinders.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Migration Amendment, Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025.
I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I present the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Right, so I've been given 2 copies of the speech. I'll only read it once. I move that the bill be read a second time. The Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025 amends the Migration Act 1958 to establish the legislative framework for a public register of approved work sponsors to be published and maintained on the Department of Home Affairs website. This bill is a necessary and important step to supporting a better targeted temporary skilled work visa program as part of the Albanese Labor government's migration strategy. The amendments in this bill will strengthen protections for migrant workers. The register of approved work sponsors will enhance oversight and transparency mechanisms for the temporary skilled work visa program, helping to tackle migrant worker exploitation and misuse of the visa system. This register will provide an important resource to check that a sponsoring employer is legitimate. The publication of a register on the department's website that includes the name of the approved work sponsor, their ABN, their business postcode, the number of sponsored workers and their occupations will promote transparency and accountability. The register will complement and strengthen the managed approach to Australia's visa system, increasing protections for migrant workers and ensuring a stronger workforce, which in turn strengthens the Australian community. Migrants make a valuable contribution not only to Australia's prosperity but also to our communities, our national identity and to our connections across the world. They have the right to be safe and to feel safe. This bill will help ensure we have the skills we need for the future and ultimately make sure the system is working in the interests of all Australians. This bill is an important step towards implementing the Albanese Labor government's migration strategy. I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to member for Flinders.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the member for Flinders. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the... Yeah, just about to call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 3. Health legislation, extended Medicare safety net, amendment indexation number 2 Bill 2025.
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Minister for National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move that in accordance with Section 10B of the Health Insurance Act 1973, the House approve the Health Insurance Extended Medicare Safety Net Amendment, indexation number 2 determination of 2025, made on the 4th of November this year and presented to the House on the 5th of November 2025.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the clerk.
No, you just present.
Oh, sorry. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question and amendments. I present a certified copy of the bill together with the schedules of the questions which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve and a schedule of the amendments made by the Federation Chamber. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The first unresolved question is that Amendments 1 and 2, moved by the Honourable Member for Indi, be agreed to. I'll put that question. Those opinions... Oh, the member... Yep. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Indi be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Curtin and Wentworth as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Bowman and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. Bless you. The result of the division is ayes 12, no 70. The matter was resolved in the negative. Order, if members can return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. No. There's more. Order. The second unresolved question is the amendments 3 and 4 moved by the honourable member for Indi be agreed to. I'll put the question, or the member for Indi wishes to address the House. She has the call.
Thank you. To assist the House, I thought it would be useful to give some explanation, given that these amendments were debated last night in the Federation Chamber, and there may be many members who didn't have a chance to hear that debate. In a bill full of anti-democratic reforms that will worsen transparency and accountability, these amendments are particularly important because they go to the question of cabinet, the expansion of cabinet exemptions. Under the bill that is before us, the test of exemptions clearly exempt is elastic and will be stretched in practice, meaning the public's right to access government information can be determined by whether the public servant thinks it would involve an exempt document. And while you can appeal, many people will simply give up on that, Speaker. It's already incredibly difficult under the current FOI Act to access documents that have gone anywhere near the Cabinet room. And years of litigation have established a very high threshold for the disclosure of documents involved in the Cabinet process. And I fully respect and support the principle of Cabinet solidarity. There must be rigorous and appropriate protections for Cabinet confidentiality where it's needed. But under this bill, anything considered or even simply noted in the Cabinet process will be exempt, rather than the previous definition that referred specifically to deliberation and decision-making. And I'm also extremely concerned that the previous dominant purpose test will be replaced by a substantive purpose test, increasing the threshold even higher. So, under these proposals, a document could be exempt simply because it helped to inform a minister in relation to an issue the Cabinet will consider. And I believe, and I think many people do, civil society organisations from right across the nation say that this is a long bow, way, way too long. Deputy Speaker, I say to the House, this is a serious extension of what is considered Cabinet confidentiality. My amendments seek to remedy that issue, and I really ask members of the House to think very carefully about what we're doing under these freedom of information laws, consider their vote and support these amendments.
Thank you. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I didn't want to interrupt the member during that speech. I just want to note for the House that this entire debate of consideration in detail happened in the Federation Chamber last night and went for 2 hours. The Minister was there, and we are effectively, it sounds like, about to repeat a debate that the House has had in the Federation Chamber, which is a formal part of this House. It's a formal part of our operations, and if we're going to get into a situation where it is felt there is a need that whatever is debated in the Federation Chamber needs to be re-debated here, that would be a fundamental change in the way the House has operated ever since the Federation Chamber was established. To that end, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring in relation to the Freedom of Information Bill 2025. 1. The House note that all proposed amendments to the bill have been fully debated in the Federation Chamber and returned to the House with unresolved questions. 2, the unresolved questions on the bill being put immediately. 3, the questions necessary to complete the remaining stages of the bill to be put immediately. And 4, any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister.
Thank you. Thank you. So the question, I will put that question to the House. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and that is the question before the House now. Well, you need to wait till I give you the call because you don't have a microphone on at the moment, okay? Member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't delay the House long. I just want to make it clear and make the point that this is why we tried to have the debate in the House the other day, rather than going backwards and forwards between the Fed chamber. These matters could have been dealt with in their entirety here. I won't take
Okay, thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those, are you seeking the call again? Yep, the question be put, and I'm putting the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Please ring the bells.
Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Just remind all members there are ways to get messages to me without leaving your seat. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The member for Fisher is seeking a point of order, but the House has just resolved to pass as a resolution, so I've got to put the question, unless it's about that. Okay. Put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The member for Fisher has indicated that he wants to raise a point of order.
Yes, thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I just want to raise to your attention, and this goes to the neutrality of the chair, which is a fundamental principle. This is a fundamental principle of this place. Now, the member for Wentworth stood in her place trying to speak on the amendment moved by the member for Indi. The deputy chair, who was in the chair at the time, did not give the member for Wentworth the call. The members on this side of the House were alerting the deputy chair to the member for Wentworth being on her feet. This is not the first time this has happened, and I would ask that you inquire into the issue. Every single
resume your
member.
Seat. You've made your point. You made your point. Resume your seat. It's not a speech or a statement. You've raised the issue at the first opportunity to the Speaker. I understand that. I'm aware of the issue, and I'll give a statement regarding the issue, but I hear from the Leader of the House first.
Just to the point of order, I'd remind the member of Standing Order 47, which allows motions for standing orders to be moved at any time. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It's exactly what happened.
So the standing order enables mid-sentence or mid-behaviour for that to be moved. The issue, and I like to give, and all the chairs like to give all members a fair go, and I think that has been evident. I disagree with the member that it's not with his statement the way that it was phrased. What will also help, if the House is in order and there's not people just standing around and making interjections, as I believe has occurred at the time. So, no, we're not going any further with this. We're not. I've given a statement to the House. I've recognised that, but I want to reinforce what the Leader of the House says. In any time, that standing order, during a debate, when someone's on their feet, not on their feet, can be moved. So that is the standing order. If you're not happy with the standing order, I can appreciate that, but they're the rules that we all operate under. Okay, now we're going to move through the unresolved question moved by the member for Indi. This was amendments 3 and 4 that she had moved. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The questions are the detailed amendments moved by the honourable member for Indi number 3 and 4 be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. If I can just ask members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. The honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman shall be the tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 46, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. We shall move to the third unresolved question, that the amendment moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 48, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. The fourth unresolved question is the amendments 1 to 6 moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of chair and noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 48, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. The fifth unresolved question is the amendments 1 to 3 moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments 1 to 3 moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 48, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that the amendments made by the Federation Chamber be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the amendments made by the Federation Chamber be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes.
I reckon if we had LNP, chicken wings,
The result of the division is ayes 97, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill as amended be agreed to. The second reading be as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 48. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Give a call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the member for Durack.
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Durack. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is 88 in the ayes and noes 49. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to access to information and for related purposes.
Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, incorporation of unread material into Hansard.
The call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move the motion relating to the incorporation of unread material into Hansard in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper. In speaking to the motion, I would advise the House I've consulted with the Manager of Opposition Business on this, and this is the next step in what changes the Parliament has been gradually making to ensure that we are a more accessible chamber given different issues that people face over time.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks to the Leader. The Coalition supports this motion and the Government's intention.
Put the motion. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the clerk.
You see what I mean? It's here.
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, under 45C, Standing Order 45C, I move that Order of the Day number 2 be brought on to advise members of the impact of this. There is a notice on the notice paper to make sure we can get through all of the amendments in a reasonable time. I'm going to have a go at not moving that and to just see if we can try to get through things quickly. I'll look at the clock as we're going. My first option, if it looks like we're running out of time, because I respect that members will have commitments and planes that have been booked for people who live a long way away. So my first thing, if we start to run short of time, will be to cut short, not to eliminate, but to cut short the 1 hour debate of the MPI, so probably just have the first couple of speakers or something like that. But certainly the MPI will start. There's no world where we wouldn't do that today. But if we end up in a situation where the motion that's on the notice paper to limit the time of debate on each amendment is required because we're going long, I'll move it in those situations, but I'd ask members to be mindful of the different circumstances of other members in trying to make sure that we can have every amendment moved, but still be able to get things through the business of the House at a reasonable time. Moving is that we bring the EPBC legislation on now.
Yeah, I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Gets no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
In accordance with the resolution agreed by the House on 4 November 2025, a general debate is allowed covering this bill and the next 6 related bills. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now before the House is the amendment we agreed to, and give the call to the honourable member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Albanese Labor Government's environmental reform package, which demonstrate Labor's latest attempt to overhaul the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. Now, let me be clear from the outset. I care very deeply about our environment. I represent more than 1.4 million square kilometres, the largest electorate in Australia. When you cover that kind of ground, you see our country in a way that few others do, that few others will truly appreciate. And I'll tell you what I see when I look out the window of those little and also those large planes as I traverse across Durack. I see thousands of kilometres of coastline, pristine, rugged and breathtaking. I see the Ningaloo Reef, one of the great natural wonders of the world, home to whale sharks, turtles and coral that Australians and visitors travel halfway across the globe to experience. I take great joy in seeing the red earth of the Pilbara and the Kimberley, a landscape that tells the story of the continent's ancient history, its strength and its spirit. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I also see the farms, I see the stations and the mines, which are the heartbeat of the Australian economy. The producers, the pastoralists and the workers who get up before dawn to grow our food, export our resources and who help to keep our lights on. These industries sustain local communities. They underpin our national prosperity and they provide the royalties and the tax revenues that fund our hospitals and our schools and indeed our environmental protections. And that is why I say this. We will not support reform that puts ideology ahead of practicality. We will not support measures that threaten Australian jobs, deter investment or weaken our productivity. Now, let me be 100% clear on this. Not all mining projects or, for that matter, renewable energy projects will get environmental approval, and nor should they. That's because not all projects will be able to demonstrate their ability to coexist without undue damage with the environment. What project proponents need is a quick no or a quick yes to their environmental approvals. That's not what these bills will do. Therefore, we will not be supporting this package of bills as they are about centralising control in Canberra, expanding bureaucracy and stifling the very industries that underpin our national prosperity. Now, it's worth reflecting on how we got here. The process began when the then Environment Minister, now Leader of the Opposition, commissioned Professor Graham Samuel to undertake a review of the EPBC Act. Following the review, the Coalition Government introduced legislation to undertake reforms that would have improved the system. But unfortunately, the Labor Party teamed up with their bedfellows, the Greens political party, to block it. Now, a few years later, Labor has returned to Parliament with its own version, one which is more complex, more bureaucratic and more hostile to business than the 26-year-old system it's seeking to replace. But this isn't their first attempt. During the last term, the then Environment Minister, Minister Plebiscite, promised time and again that Labor's full EPBC overhaul would be delivered by the end of 2023. But those deadlines came and went. The reform was deferred, delayed, watered down and ultimately shelved. Even Labor's own state premiers had lost faith. Of course, I reference my home state of Western Australia. WA Labor Premier Roger Cook was so concerned with the economic impact of Minister Plibersek's so-called nature-positive laws that he called the Prime Minister to overrule her. He told the Prime Minister directly, apparently, that the reforms would destroy confidence in the resources sector. Well, they are true words. As a result, we saw an embarrassing series of headlines which said the reforms would be introduced in the Senate and then they wouldn't be introduced in the Senate, which eventually concluded with the plan being quietly abandoned. The Prime Minister decided these reforms should wait until after the election, as not to risk seats, particularly across Western Australia. Following the election, he decided it was time for a new minister who might be able to deliver some sensible reform. Unfortunately, we struck out again, and this new minister has now sought to introduce a 1,500-page monstrosity that business, industry and stakeholders right across the board have described as unworkable. The Business Council of Australia, who I know got a good shout-out from the Prime Minister during question time yesterday, has warned, and I quote, that without significant changes to this bill, we risk embedding a system that's even slower, more complex and lacking the clarity and certainty needed for investment. That is a damning verdict and demonstrates that this legislation is riddled with problems. It paints a very grim picture for jobs, investment and productivity in our country. So let's start with the so-called unacceptable impacts provisions. There are 8 pages outlining 37 separate definitions which would limit the number of projects that would be possible to proceed. Industry has been crystal clear. These definitions must be removed from the legislation and placed into the environmental standards. Then there is the net gain requirement, vague, undefined and open to endless litigation. The definition absolutely needs greater certainty, with guardrails to ensure certainty for both industry and certainty for our environment. The government also wants project proponents to report Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, duplicating the safeguard mechanism and creating a backdoor climate trigger that every resources investor fears. And let's not forget the proposed Environmental Protection Agency. Labor promised the EPA for 2 elections, and after 4 years, this is what they've come up with, a structure that is completely unworkable. The proposed EPA would assess, approve and enforce its own decisions. It would act as student, it would act as teacher and principal all at once, marking its own homework. Completely unworkable. The CEO of this new agency would be a statutory officer who cannot be dismissed by the minister, not even for failure to perform. There is no binding statement of expectations, no accountability to government and no mechanism to ensure the CEO acts in the national interest. That is not independence, it's unaccountable power. And yet this is the system that the Labor government claims will speed up approvals and boost productivity. Australia is in the middle of a productivity crisis. That's not a talking point from the Coalition Whip's office, it's a fact. It's important those opposite know we are now ranked second last in the OECD. Only Mexico performs worse than Australia. And yet Labor is pushing through reforms that will make it harder, slower and more expensive to get major projects approved. Now, let's not forget that when Labor was re-elected in May, they quickly declared that productivity under them was actually in serious trouble. And so the Treasurer and the Prime Minister announced they would hold a productivity roundtable. Sounds good, doesn't it? This was then rebranded as an economic reform roundtable. I'm not sure that it amounted to much, except maybe the suggestion of spare bedrooms being taxed. Mining royalties, oil and gas exports, critical minerals, agriculture, these are the industries that pay for our hospitals, our schools and our roads. In 2023-24 alone, the mining industry paid $59.4 billion in taxes and royalties to Australian governments. Labor's reforms threaten that foundation. They will send investment offshore, cost Australian jobs and place a handbrake on regional economies. Labor's division over resources is now legendary. They delayed a decision on the very important decision in relation to a project in my electorate of Durack, that of course being the North West Shelf gas extension, until after the election, and then they sacked the minister responsible. Now a new minister has stepped in with preliminary approval while the Prime Minister recruits a Green defector who's openly hostile to the project. Investors, whether in oil, gas or critical minerals, they need confidence that Australia is a stable, reliable destination for capital. Right now, they're not getting that from Labor. And while Labor ties industry up in knots with red and green tape, its record on actual environmental outcomes, well, that's appalling. Australia's just recorded its 39th extinction, the Christmas Island shrew, declared extinct by the International Union of the Conservation of Nature. This comes after former Environment Minister Plibersek's public commitment that there would be no new extinctions under the Albanese government. Then there's Labor's multi-million-dollar handout to the far-left Environmental Defender's Office. The Coalition warned from day one that this was a reckless decision, and guess what? We were right. The EDO has been condemned by the Federal Court for coaching witnesses and fabricating evidence in the Santos-Barossa gas pipeline case. Now, despite this disgraceful record, the Albanese government has continued to fund them, not just the original $8.3 million grant, but ongoing annual funding that will see the EDO receive around $15 million by the end of the decade. This is taxpayers' money being funnelled into an activist law firm that works to shut down projects, destroy jobs and strangle Australia's economic growth, and yet Labor claims to support productivity. If you want proof that this government is distracted and has all the wrong priorities, look no further than the algal bloom disaster along South Australia's coastline. For months, scientists warned the Albanese government to take some action. 18 months ago, they raised the alarm. 4 months ago, when dead fish were washing up on the beaches, they raised it again. The government did nothing. Now, over 14,000 marine animals have died. Local fishing and tourism businesses, well, they're suffering, and coastal ecosystems have been devastated. It's a misconception that the Coalition does not care about the environment. As a former Minister for the Environment, I know that we do care. And I often have colleagues discuss multiples of environmental issues with me to ensure that we know what's happening with our environment. When we were in government, we sought to protect the environment while supporting the economy. That's not always easy, protecting the environment and looking after the economy. It takes hard work. Under the Morrison government, investment in renewable energy hit record highs, with renewables making up almost 1/3 of our energy mix. Australia had the world's highest uptake of rooftop solar, with 1 in 4 homes having solar on their roof. Again, this demonstrates that we are not anti-renewables. There are some places where it makes sense and some where it simply does not. It is completely different for an individual to choose to put solar panels on their roof than to force farmers to have transmission lines run across their property. When we were in government, we also led the way on waste and recycling, establishing the $200 million Recycling Modernisation Fund that leveraged $1 billion in industry co-investment. We launched the Remade in Australia trademark to ensure Australians could trust that products were recycled and manufactured here at home. We invested billions to improve the health of the Great Barrier Reef and delivered 2 dedicated threatened species strategies. We were a government that delivered environmental protection and economic growth together. It's possible, but it's hard work. Labor, by contrast, has delivered division, delay and dysfunction. In its current form, Labor's EPBC reform package is unworkable. It's bad for business, bad for investment and bad for Australia's future. It hands more power to bureaucrats and activists while stripping accountability from ministers. It risks green lawfare and constant litigation. It undermines the very industries that fund our prosperity, and these bills represent a real test for the Prime Minister and the Labor government. Will they negotiate with the Coalition to protect jobs, support industry, help enable the future made in Australia that they always talk about? Or will they side with the extreme Greens, the Greens political party, who don't believe in just about any project getting underway and whose policies, if enacted, could only result in a weaker and more dependent Australia? What will it be, Prime Minister? I thank the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. There's no... Yep, that's it. Okay. I need to... Yes. Okay, I'll put the question. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Okay. The ayes have it.
No, it's the amendment.
Sorry? That the amendment be agreed to? Yes. The original question was... That's the amendment. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to submitting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Okay. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required? Yeah. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Yes. Sure.
Is this a bit quorum?
And then they've got this change.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's early too.
lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Curtin and Ryan as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for McKellar and Ryan as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Okay, the result of the division is ayes 7, noes 65. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is this bill now be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 44. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the environment and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Durack. Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to the consideration in detail for the Environment Protection Reform Bill. Alex.
Oh, that's good. How are you?
We're moving to consideration in detail, so the House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it's the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question is the bill be agreed to. Is the member for Moncrief seeking to move an amendment because the member for Curtin has listed her amendments? Yeah. So we'll begin. There has been a slight change from the blue, and we're going to move, just advising the House, to the member for Curtin's amendments, and I'll give her the call now.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move Amendment 11 as circulated in my name.
The member for Curtin may proceed.
I'm speaking today about the importance of transparency in the operation of the new environmental offset system, and in particular the amendment requiring that the Minister publish the restoration contribution holders' annual report within 20 days of receiving it, which is what this amendment is. Now, this might sound like a small administrative change, but it is in fact an important improvement in transparency. Under the new framework, developers can pay a restoration contribution charge instead of directly securing their own offsets. And that money goes into a central fund, which is then responsible for delivering restoration projects across the country. And that means that we're asking Australians to trust that the offsets purchased on their behalf are actually delivering real measurable gains for nature. And trust requires transparency.
Okay.
This annual report will provide the first real window into whether that trust is being earned, and it will show where the money is going, which projects are being funded, what impacts they're offsetting, how much has been paid, and whether these projects are actually achieving ecological outcomes. Now, it's not enough for this information to exist somewhere in the system. It must be publicly available. And that's what this amendment ensures, that this report is published within 20 days of reaching the minister's desk. Because if the public can't see the data, accountability disappears. And without accountability, confidence in the offset system will crumble. And we've seen this story before. In New South Wales and Queensland, centralised offset funds have struggled to deliver promised outcomes. And part of the problem was opacity. The public couldn't tell if projects were working or even where they were. And we can't afford to repeat these mistakes at a national level. Offsets are meant to repair damage, not to hide it, and the only way to know if they're working is to measure, report and publish the results. And this amendment makes sure that that happens. The Offsets Fund represents a potential single point of failure for these entire reforms, so making sure that the public can see whether they're working or not will allow us to continue to improve these laws. So I thank the government for considering this amendment in good faith, and I commend it to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Curtin for the engagement that's happened with the government, including with me as through question time as well, in raising concerns about this issue. The government will support this amendment. It improves transparency and accountability for the effective exercise and functions and powers of the restoration contributions holder. This amendment would require the Minister to publish the annual report on the exercise of the restoration contributions holder's functions and powers on the Department's website within 20 days of receiving that report from the restoration contributions holder. One of the key pillars of these reforms is enshrining greater accountability and transparency in environmental decision-making, and this amendment speaks to that. Once again, and on behalf of the Minister for the Environment from the other place, I thank the member for Curtin for her constructive engagement on these reforms.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. No, the ayes have it. Division's been called? No. Okay. We'll move to the next set of amendments and give the call to the member for Curtin.
I seek leave to move amendments 1 to 10 and 12 to 15 as circulated in my name.
You're seeking leave to move the amendments, first of all, as circulated in your name? Do you want to agree? Together?
Yes, to move them together, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Curtin may proceed for 1 to 10 and 12 to 15 of those amendments circulated in her name.
I move amendments 1 to 10 and 12 to 15 as circulated in my name. I commend the government for taking on the difficult task of reforming our national environmental laws. It's been more than 2 decades since the EPBC Act was passed, and it's well overdue for an update. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to restore trust, protect nature and deliver faster, fairer decisions for business. But that promise will fall flat if the reforms create new loopholes that make these reforms irrelevant, because even the strongest framework means little if you can simply step around it. Under the current EPBC Act, the Minister has what's known as a national interest exemption, a break-glass power designed for genuine emergencies like natural disasters. And it's a rare tool used only 31 times since 2000, mostly in good faith. It's not perfect, but it's understood. It exists for extreme situations, not convenience. But the new reforms go much further. They introduce a new pathway, a national interest proposal or approval, that allows the Minister to bypass almost all environmental safeguards whenever they decide a project is in the national interest. Unlike the original exemption, this one isn't limited to emergencies. It could be used for anything from housing to energy projects, with no clear limits on what the Minister can take into account. And that means a Minister could approve a project even if it causes unacceptable impacts, even if it pushes a species to the brink of extinction. Every environmental safeguard in this bill, the mitigation hierarchy, the net gain standard, the unacceptable impact test, could be waived by the stroke of a pen. Now, this isn't a safeguard, it's a shortcut, and it undermines the integrity of the entire system. It's bad for the environment and it's not great for business either. Investors can't make long-term decisions on the hope that they'll be deemed to be in the national interest. They need certainty, not ministerial discretion. Let's be clear, you can't streamline approvals by cutting out the environment. This national interest pathway is an admission of failure, a way of saying we can't balance environmental protection with economic development, so we'll just make it optional. My amendments that I'm putting up today would put some safeguards around this power. First, if the government insists on keeping the new pathway, fossil fuel projects must never qualify. It would be absurd to claim that new coal or gas projects are in the national interest when science tells us they are fundamentally against it. Second, there must be full transparency whenever this power is used. The current bill would let the minister redact the statement of reasons, hiding the rationale for bypassing environmental law. And if a project truly is in the national interest, the government should have the courage to explain why. Ideally, this new pathway should be removed completely, but the legislation is complex and in the time given, I haven't been able to draft a complete removal of this new pathway. Another major weakness in this package is the offsets fund. On paper, it's a neat idea, the restoration contributions holder. When a project can't fully avoid environmental damage, the developer pays into a central fund that delivers restoration projects on their behalf. In theory, it creates efficiency. In practice, it's risky. And we've seen this model before in New South Wales, in Queensland and in the Pilbara, and it consistently under-delivers. Developers destroy habitat, pay into the fund and walk away. The fund then struggles to find suitable offsets, and nature ends up footing the bill. That's the pay-to-destroy problem. A cheque is written, a project proceeds, and the promise of restoration fades into paperwork. Without strong guardrails, this fund risks becoming the single point of failure for the entire reform package. So I'm introducing a series of amendments to increase the likelihood it actually works for business, for government, and most importantly for nature. First, limit the use of the fund. It should be the last resort, not the default. And my amendments ensure that there is another layer to the mitigation hierarchy, and proponents must seek to offset directly where they must follow principles such as like for like and net gain before using the fund, which does not have to follow the same principles. Second, ensure suitable offsets actually exist before money is accepted. The fund should have to advise the minister whether it can realistically deliver an offset. And there should also be an excluded matters list, because you can't destroy the last of something and call it an offset. Thirdly, we need to price offsets accurately, and that's dealt with in another bill. And fourthly, there must be transparency around success and failure of projects, which we've already discussed. There also needs to be scientific oversight so that the advisory committee includes scientists who understand biodiversity, not just balance sheets. This reform package could really deliver what Australians have demanded, but that promise depends on integrity in how powers are used, how offsets are priced and how results are reported. And the national interest shouldn't be a loophole, and offsets shouldn't be a licence to destroy. We must build a system that restores rather than excuses, that protects nature and delivers real outcomes to the Australian people. I commend the amendments to the House.
The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. The government will not be supporting these amendments, and to provide some of the reasons, I'll provide information that's been provided by the Minister for the Environment on each of the two issues raised in turn. First of all, the proposed national interest approval provision in the bill is directly responsive to a recommendation from the Samuel Review. It's a provision that is to be rarely used with significant guardrails, including a statement of reasons where there is an overwhelming national interest outcome at stake. The national interest approval will not switch off the new environmental protections in their entirety. The approval must still be consistent with our international obligations, including for World Heritage and Ramsar wetlands. The Minister must also make sure that the tests are met as far as is possible without preventing the national interest outcome. This means that projects that fall short of the new tests can only be approved where it is truly crucial to do so. Proponents will not get a free pass just because their action is in the national interest. In terms of the other amendments that relate to the independent restoration contributions holder, the government's environmental reforms will deliver better outcomes for the environment and industry. The bill's reforms will introduce new options for offsetting. Project proponents can deliver an offset themselves, pay for the government to do it via a restoration contribution payment, or a combination of both. The new independent restoration contributions holder will be able to use the funds to strategically deliver offsets to have greater environmental offsets, including through pooling funds for similar projects. We do not support these amendments because new rulings powers under the Act fulfil the role of enabling the Minister to determine that restoration contributions in all or particular circumstances are not appropriate as compensation for a particular protected matter. This mechanism provides for flexibility and responsiveness by the Minister as new information becomes available, including any advice of the restoration contributions holder. The proposed amendments would also remove flexibility and limit the environmental benefits of larger strategic restoration actions, for example, increasing connectivity or creating wildlife corridors. This approach is better for the environment and better for business. We know the current offsets regime isn't working for industry or the environment. We need to be able to do something differently to improve the system and deliver restoration at scale. This bill strikes a balance in allowing that to happen while learning the lessons from other offsets approaches that haven't worked.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House are amendments moved by the honourable member for Curtin 1 to 10 and 12 to 15. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean, and I'll need two tellers for the ayes. The members, I'll need two tellers for the ayes. I need another teller. Thank the member for Kooyong and Ryan for being tellers for the ayes. The result of the division is 9 noes, 65. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next series of amendments. And a question before the House is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Leader of the House. Leave is granted. The member for Clark may proceed.
Thanks, Speaker. Then I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, when the Manager of Government Business stood up to introduce the Environment Protection Reform Bill, in an astonishing misstep, he forgot to say one crucial word in the bill's title: protection. Now, that might have just been a slip of the tongue, but many have since been left wondering if the government has left the protection out of the bill as well. Indeed, it's been well ventilated by now that these reforms fall well short of what's needed to stop and reverse biodiversity loss and to meet the challenges of the climate crisis, because it's riddled with all sorts of carve-outs and loopholes which would allow for continued environmental destruction in the face of all the evidence. Now, Speaker, being from Tasmania, you'll excuse me for reminding the House of the mother and father of all carve-outs, the exemption of the regional forestry agreements, and the changes which the government rammed through the last parliament on budget day this year to exempt the salmon industry from ongoing scrutiny. Some perhaps remember specifically the former Environment Minister being ruthlessly undermined by the Prime Minister and forced to come in here and herald the government's choice to remove her ability to reconsider certain past environmental decisions, all because the Prime Minister promised the salmon companies they could continue to wreak environmental havoc in Macquarie Harbour and continue driving the Maugean skate to extinction. Well, in this bill, the new Environment Minister is undermining these reconsideration provisions even more. And that's of particular concern, Speaker, because another feature of this bill that concerns me is the devolution of approvals to states and territories who, and let's face it, Speaker, have an even worse track record on environmental approvals than the feds. So to remedy that, my amendments insert a new section to clarify that a minister can reconsider past decisions if the action concerned is likely to contribute to the extinction of a native species or has another unacceptable impact, as defined in the new section 527F. Speaker, my amendments also delete clause 181, which introduces a new limit on the time frame for third parties to apply for reconsideration to just 28 days and sets other new and ridiculously high thresholds which must be met when any third party wants to request a decision be reconsidered. Let's not mince our words, Speaker. As drafted, the process is so onerous and limiting that it's intended to all but end the ability of members of the community to request past decisions be reviewed. And that's a bad process, bad for transparency and bad for the environment. The fact is that the reconsideration process is an important safeguard intended to ensure environmental decision-makers can correct mistakes and be flexible and responsive to a changing environment and evolving science. And I want to bring attention back to the Maugean skate, Speaker, because it really is emblematic of what's wrong with our environment laws currently and what the government plans to bake in with these reforms. There, in Macquarie Harbour, we have an endangered prehistoric fish which has outlasted the dinosaurs and exists in that one location only. We've also got clear scientific evidence of its decline, coinciding with expanded salmon farming following a federal approval granted in 2012. Moreover, we have updated and authoritative conservation advice from the experts at the Department of Environment saying the primary driver of the skate's decline is low dissolved oxygen and that the main anthropogenic cause of that oxygen debt is the salmon farms. Surely, acting in the environmental and public interest and on the precautionary principle, any environmental regulator worth its salt would account for this new evidence and rein in the industry to prevent an extinction. But what's been done instead? The previous Environment Minister sat on a reconsideration request without a decision for almost 2 years before the government then removed the power to reconsider that decision altogether. And now the government comes back to take another bite of the cherry with these reconsideration changes because clearly other industries got jealous of the salmon industry and wanted unfettered forever approvals themselves. In other words, freed of the responsibility to consider changing circumstances and empowered to approve whatever they like under the guise of the national interest, Australia's environment ministers will now preside over the next mass extinction event. Well, the community won't stand for that, Speaker, so I won't support these bills without significant changes, and I urge the Parliament to support my amendments and to come together to pass other sensible changes to fix these broken bills. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
I thank the member for the issues that he's raised. The government will not be supporting the amendments that have just been moved. The information I've been provided with is that the amendment, in the first instance, one of them does not specifically relate to the current bills before the House, but relates to amendments that were previously considered and passed by the Parliament earlier this year, as was partly referred to in the contribution just made. The view of the government is that the amendment would create uncertainty and increase legislative complexity through introducing untested terms in the legislation that haven't previously been considered. For example, native species without reference to whether or not they are matters of national environmental significance.
I will now put the question. The question is that amendments be agreed to. All of the opinions say aye. All the opinions say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
3.5 hours? Yeah.
We're good. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass in front to the left, to the right of the chair, and the noes will pass to the left. I appoint for the ayes the member for Curtin and the member for Clark, and for the noes the member for Werriwa and the members for Bean.
unexpected. No, it's unexpected.
Good. Okay. The results of the division are the ayes 8, the noes 59. The noes have it. If members could leave the chamber quietly, we'll move on to the next amendment. And I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 20 on sheet 1, amendments 1 and 5 on sheet 2, and amendments 2 to 4 and 6 to 13 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted, and thank the member for moving them on block.
Okay, the member will proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Right, these amendments address multiple issues. Firstly, they remove the sections of this bill that hand federal responsibility to the states regarding fossil fuel developments that affect water resources. In October of 2023, together with Senator Hanson-Young in the Senate, I introduced a bill to expand the existing water trigger in the EPBC Act to include unconventional gas projects. And later that year, the government finally responded, expanding the water trigger to cover unconventional gas projects through the Nature Repair Market Bill. That was a massive win for our nature, wildlife and for future generations, but now we are being taken backwards. The Environment Protection Bill 2025 will give power back to the state and territory governments to make decisions about large coal mining and unconventional gas projects that affect groundwater reserves or waterways, rather than the federal government. Numerous experts and environmental organisations have warned that the state and territories are likely to favour developments which they profit from over the environment. Speaker, handing approval powers back to the state and territory governments, as this bill does, puts Australia's waterways, groundwater and agriculture at even greater risk from coal and gas fracking projects. My amendments also address native forest logging and deforestation. First, they repeal the exemption for the regional forestry agreements in the EPBC Act. Second, they repeal what is called the continuous use exemption. Third, they insert a new provision that makes clear that in any area over 20 hectares where threatened or migratory species may exist must be referred for assessment under the National EPBC Act. And fourth, they prohibit forestry operations from being allowed through bioregional plans, bilateral agreements and prohibit national interest exemptions from applying to forestry operations. Australia is facing a deforestation crisis. We are the only developed nation on the global list of deforestation hotspots, and we hold the record for the highest number of mammal extinctions. And it was very sad to hear that we have just clocked up our 39th extinction. And despite the minister saying that the regional forestry agreements will be subject to the new environmental standards, there is no mechanism in this bill to achieve that. These amendments are urgent and they are possible. We cannot delay and our wildlife cannot wait. Finally, these amendments strengthen decision-making in the proposed reforms by shifting subjective provisions and language towards objective decision-making framework. Speaker, the Samuel Review found that a fundamental shortcoming of the current EPBC Act is that it does not provide sufficient constraints on discretion, resulting in uncertainty and poor environmental outcomes. With key decisions and tests throughout the bill dependent on whether the minister is satisfied something is the case or whether an action is not inconsistent with something, this bill risks entrenching the very weaknesses of the current EPBC Act that have allowed Australia's environment to decline so sharply and seriously. With 19 ecosystems on the brink of collapse and an extinction and deforestation crisis in this country right now, the subjective language that pervades this bill simply does not provide a guarantee that in another 25 years the situation for Australia's nature will not be even worse. We cannot allow this to happen.
When we know full well the power and influence of the industry lobbying can exert, we simply cannot leave it to an unknown future individual's discretion, the Minister of the day, to ensure our incredible nature is protected. I commend all these amendments to the House. Thank you.
And I give the call to... Sorry, a question. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Apologies about that. And I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The government won't be supporting the amendments, and I'll go through in turn the different issues and the information that I've been provided with. Firstly, with respect to forestry, our intention, as the Minister for Environment has stated, is that we will apply the national environmental standards to regional forestry agreements under which native forestry occurs. Work on how to implement that commitment is ongoing. With respect to land clearing, prior use and continuous use exemption, we have contained our amendments primarily to those recommended by the Samuel Review. I know there are many people and organisations who are very passionate about this matter, but that is not something we are contemplating in the bill. With respect to the second sheet of amendments, first of all, 1 and 5, we are not supporting these amendments. In crafting the reforms, we've looked to 3 key pillars, all aligned with the Samuel Review. One of these pillars is more efficient and robust decision-making, and one of the core recommendations of the Samuel Review was to reduce duplication between states and territory and Commonwealth processes. This is an amendment that would maintain duplicative processes. Any bilateral agreements or accredited processes will have to meet our strong national environmental standards. With respect to the remaining amendments on the second sheet, which go to national environmental standards, the government is not supporting those either. The Minister of the day will have the capacity to make standards, but only have the capacity to make standards if this bill is passed. Reforms will allow the Environment Minister to make national environmental standards. The standards will set clear and enforceable expectations for regulated activities under the EPBC Act. If a proposal is inconsistent with these standards, it won't be approved. This will deliver improved environmental outcomes, provide certainty and guidance for business, and uplift the quality and consistency of decision-making. Standards will protect the environment. Standards will give businesses clear rules. Standards will help decision-makers be fair and consistent. The individual standards will be made as legislative instruments following the passage of this package of bills, which will create the new standards-making power. The government has made clear that its priority standards are matters of national environmental significance, offsets, First Nations engagement, and data and information. A prescribed consultation process will need to be followed before making a standard, and these are disallowable instruments.
I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. All those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass to the front of me to the right and the noes to the left. I appoint for the ayes the member for Curtin and the member for Mackellar, and for the noes the member for Werriwa and the member for Bean. The results of the division are ayes 9, noes 59. I give the call to the results are to the noes. If members can leave the chamber quietly, we'll proceed to the next set of amendments.
Okay.
And I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I move the amendment as circulated in my name. To ensure environmental protections and to underpin conservation, our ecology has to be prevented as a whole. That's why I'm introducing amendments to this bill to include clean air and water as matters of national environmental significance. Deputy Speaker, clean air and water are foundational to the health of our ecosystems, to human populations and to our planet at large. As the global community grapples with the escalating challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss and public health crises, the protection of these vital resources has become more urgent than ever. Safeguarding air and water quality is not just an environmental necessity, it's also a prerequisite for sustainable development and for human well-being. Air and water are integral components of the plant's life support systems. Clean air regulates climate, it supports plant photosynthesis, and it maintains atmospheric balance. Similarly, clean water sustains aquatic ecosystems. It supports biodiversity and it's essential for agriculture and for human consumption. Degradation of these resources through pollution disrupts ecological balance. It leads to cascading effects across our ecosystems. Air pollution, primarily from fossil fuel combustion, releases harmful substances like particulate matters, nitrogen oxide and sulphur dioxide, which contribute to acid rain. to smog formation and to global warming. Water pollution introduces toxic substances into our rivers, wetlands, lakes and oceans, affects aquatic life, causes algal blooms and harms biodiversity. Biodiversity underpins the resilience of ecosystems by supporting essential systems like pollination, nutrient cycling and climate regulation. Air and water pollution are among the leading drivers of biodiversity loss. According to the European Environment Agency, 73% of ecosystems in the EU exceeded critical loads for nitrogen deposition in 2022. That threatens their species diversity and ecosystem stability. Pollution-induced biodiversity loss is particularly severe in freshwater ecosystems, where reduced pH levels and chemical contamination, including with PFAS, disproportionately affect aquatic species. Airborne pollutants also damage forests and soil microbiomes. They weaken the ecological networks that sustain terrestrial biodiversity. Deputy Speaker, the link between environmental quality and public health is well established. Exposure to polluted air causes respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Contaminated water contributes to gastrointestinal infections, to neurological disorders and to developmental issues in children. The WHO estimated that globally air pollution causes 7 million deaths every year. Last year, outdoor air pollution was estimated to be linked to almost 4,000 premature deaths in Australia alone. Effective environmental governance is absolutely essential to protect air and water quality. Instruments such as the US Clean Air Act and the US Clean Water Act have already demonstrated the potential for regulatory frameworks to reduce pollution and to restore ecosystems. As it is, this bill offers inadequate protection for the water trigger that we've already legislated in this House. Under the current laws, it is specifically excluded from bilateral approval agreements and from regional plans. Under this bill, it is subject to devolution. We don't yet have the promised national environmental standards for matters of national environmental significance, but these could in any case be bypassed by ministerial rulings or by the national interest loophole. And this bill's definition of unacceptable impact is so loaded with qualifiers and it sets a threshold so high that it will not capture habitat essential to the survival of even the most critically endangered species, nor will it prevent contamination of groundwater aquifers. So I propose these amendments which seek to raise clean air and water to the same level of national environmental significance as our most important environmental values. In doing so, Australia's air and water would be protected from actions that would significantly impact their quality, and there would be civil penalties and offences in place to enforce those protections. So I commend those the amendments to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
I thank the member for the contribution and for raising the significant issue in the House. The government won't be supporting the amendments, and I'll explain why. There's a long-standing practice that the Commonwealth regulates for matters of environmental significance, and they are also based on specific heads of constitutional power, and that state and territory governments regulate for matters that have been identified in the amendment that's before the House right now. We're trying to reduce duplication through this legislation, and the states and territories have a long history now of having mature laws on this issue and regulators to manage these.
I will now put the question. All the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against, no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass to the front to the left, and the the ayes will pass to the front to the right, and the noes will pass to the left. I appoint for the ayes. Who have we got for the ayes? Thank you. The member for Ryan and the member for Curtin, and for the noes, the member for Werriwa and the member for Bean. Sorry, my apologies. The member for Kooyong. Sorry about that. Order. The results of the division are ayes 9, noes 55. The question is resolved in the negative. And moving along to our next set. And I'm just, okay. And we're moving to member for Bradfield. Yep, okay. I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Thank you.
1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, to explain my amendments to these bills, the bills comprising the first overhaul to our nature laws in quarter of a century, it's useful to go back to first principles. Why do we have nature laws? What's the purpose of them? And I think if you ask the average person on the street those questions, they would answer Surely the primary purpose of nature protection laws is to protect nature. That's a proposition that's really hard to argue with. And the next question, if the purpose of nature laws is to protect nature, what does nature need protecting from? There are many threats to nature, but the key ones that have fuelled the species extinction crisis of the past 25 years are habitat destruction, invasive species and climate change. And in the current form, the government's EPBC reforms do very little, if anything, to address these things. In relation to habitat destruction, the law currently, and so-called reform bills, contain exemptions for land clearing and for logging of native forests. And this is just nonsensical, as is the fact that this bill also does very little, if anything, to address climate change impacts. Climate change is among the greatest threats to biodiversity now, with compounding impacts predicted for the future. The Federal Environment Minister is currently not legally bound to consider or authorised to refuse project proposals based on their alignment with Australia's nationally determined contributions made under international treaties such as the Paris Agreement. This is administratively nonsensical, it's commercially nonsensical, and frankly, it's environmentally nonsensical. How is it possible that in 2025, stronger nature laws are drafted without any consideration for two of the most significant threats to nature this and for future decades? And that's why my amendments are being tabled. This is where they come in. My first amendment takes us back to first principles, which is where we started. It amends the objects of the Act, which broadly set out the purpose of the Act. The amendment inserts a set of climate principles to be taken into account when decisions are made under the Act. They include protecting the environment from climate change, the impact of greenhouse gas emissions and the need to reduce emissions, and Australia's international climate change obligations. And to repeat, this is because climate change is one of the greatest threats to nature. We need to consider all laws that can mitigate the climate crisis, and we are committed to an international rules-based order. And that's why I think nature laws should seek to protect nature from climate change and recognise the contribution of a healthy environment towards mitigating against the physical impacts of a changing climate on all Australian communities. My second amendment deals with the same issue in the substance of the bill. It adds climate change matters to the list of issues that must be taken into account when decisions are made to approve projects. These amendments are the absolute bare minimum that this bill should do to address the consequential impacts of climate change on nature. The approach I've taken with my amendments differs from the concept of a climate trigger, which has been so widely discussed in connection with this reform. And that's because the government has been very clear, despite how beneficial it would be for nature, that it has no appetite for the introduction of a climate trigger, asserting that greenhouse gas emissions from industrial facilities are adequately addressed under the safeguard mechanism. And just for Hansard, let it be known the member for Bradfield is currently raising one eyebrow. Instead, my proposal adopts a mainstreaming approach to making the current Act responsive to climate change, setting out generally applicable principles which apply across all provisions. The broad application of my amendments would ensure that climate change is considered in all relevant decisions under the Act. For example, in deciding whether a threatened species should have a recovery plan or in developing a regional plan. I do not expect the government will support my amendments, but I could not, in good conscience, be involved in this debate in this place from which nature, frankly, needs... Sorry, let me start again. But I could not, in all conscience, be involved in a debate in this place about nature and not raise climate change as something from which nature needs protecting. So this is the reason that I commend these amendments to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Bradfield for the issues that have been raised. There are actually 3 amendments coming where the response from the government is the same, because they all deal with the same issue of incorporating climate change powers into environmental approvals. So the answer I give now is relevant to the amendment being moved now by the member for Bradfield and amendments that I'm anticipating are going to be moved by the members for Wentworth and for Warringah. As the Minister for the Environment, so we're not supporting these amendments. As the Minister for the Environment has previously said, there will be no climate trigger in the legislation. The Safeguard Mechanism is Australia's main law for reducing emissions and meeting climate goals. That's a decision that we've taken as a government. Under the Climate Change Act 2022, the Minister is required to give certain emissions estimates that they have received to the Minister for Climate Change, as well as the Climate Change Authority and the Secretary of the Climate Change Department. The proposed reforms aim to support the Safeguard Mechanism by requiring developers to estimate and publicly report their greenhouse gas emissions for Scopes 1 and 2, to include plans to reduce and manage those emissions. This information will be required for project assessments, strategic planning, regional approvals and bilateral agreements. These changes will improve transparency and accountability for new developments and support the effective operation of the Safeguard Mechanism, and is in line with the recommendations of the Samuel Review. This is an important step forward to provide the community with confidence that proponents are taking their greenhouse gas emissions seriously and that they have a plan to reduce those emissions in line with Australia's net zero targets.
I will now put the question. All of that opinion say aye. All those against, no.
No.
I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Hey, I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Is democracy manifest. This is what we're here for. And afterwards, I'm going to have a something with Chinese meal. Exactly.
We could all do it. Yeah.
Lock the doors. The ayes will pass to the front to the right and the noes to the left. And I appoint for the tellers the member for Curtin and Bradfield for the ayes, and then the member for Werriwa and Bean for the noes. The results of the division are ayes 9 and noes 62. The question has been resolved in the negative. Moving on to our next set. So members can leave the chamber quietly if they choose to. And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Move amendments 1 to 3 of sheet 1 and amendment 1 of sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
Leader of the House.
Granted.
Leaves granted. Member for Wentworth.
I move amendments 1 to 3 of sheet 1 and amendment 1 of sheet 2 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, as I outlined in my second reading speech, reform of our Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Act is long overdue for our environment, our economy and for our country. However, serious loopholes remain. The bill leaves too much ministerial discretion over what constitutes the national interest, retains exemptions for native forest logging and land clearing, and risks entrenching pay-to-destroy model through the new Restoration Fund and overuse of biodiversity offsets. These weaknesses threaten to undermine the very purpose of the reform and the protections of Australia's biodiversity. I am rising to speak on amendments that will strengthen this bill, both for nature and for business. Climate change remains the single greatest threat to Australia's biodiversity and ecosystems, from rising ocean temperatures to floods, fires and droughts. While proponents may disclose their emissions and mitigation plans, these are not required to be considered by the Minister or the EPA, nor independently verified. The government argues this is unnecessary because emissions are managed under the safeguard mechanism, but they are not managed effectively. The Environment Minister is only required to notify the Climate Change Minister and Authority after a project is approved. The safeguard is not effective enough to carry that burden. Without an upfront assessment, new projects can add pressure to the mechanism, forcing others to cut more deeply or rely on offsets that may never materialise. I want to see a clear link between the safeguard mechanism and the EPBC process. My amendment will require the Climate Change Authority to assess any action that would allow a new facility to the safeguard mechanism or increase emissions from an existing one, independently verify proponents' emissions estimates, consider the likely impact on the safeguard's overall emissions trajectory and objectives, advise whether the action risks undermining those objectives and recommend appropriate conditions such as declining annual emission caps, and provide that advice both to the Climate Change and Environment Ministers. While this advice would not be binding, it will ensure that emissions data and abatement plans are used meaningfully in assessments, not left to another minister after approval. Approving major emitters first and hoping another minister cleans it up later is poor governance. The amendment would enable upfront consideration of climate impacts and prevent avoidable harm. It would also provide the government with useful data to inform future safeguard policy and to set conditions needed to mitigate a project's impact on the mechanism. My second amendment concerns transparency. It would require the Minister to publish a statement of reasons for all decisions, particularly approvals or rejections under the EPBC Act. At present, both the Minister and NEPA must publish notice of a decision, but not the reasoning behind it. While the current Minister generally does so voluntarily, this requirement should be embedded in law for all future ministers. Publishing reasons is vital for accountability, public trust and better decision-making. It also helps business proponents better understand precedents and improve future proposals. I have also moved a matching amendment to the National Environmental Protection Agency bill to ensure NEPA operates with the same level of transparency. I had a constructive conversation with the Minister's office in relation with these amendments, but particularly this one. And it is my hope that while the Minister at this stage has indicated that they will not be supporting this amendment, that it is considered as part of any future amendments that go through in the Senate. Finally, I wanted to move an amendment in relation to some of the business groups I've consulted. And that is to sunset the removal of 3 project assessment and approval pathways over a 3-year period. Part of the importance of this bill is to make sure that projects can move swiftly through the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act's approval process if they're warranted to. And there is I think appropriately the government has introduced a new streamlined process that should hopefully speed that up. I very much support that. However, I am aware that when government sets up new things, it takes some time to bed them down. It sometimes, things don't always go faster in a new process. It sometimes can go slower. And so what I'm urging the government to do in this case is to provide a sensible transition period so that perhaps, so for those businesses who are familiar with the current proposal, the current pathways that are available, are able to use that as the new pathway is established and precedences are set and people understand what is actually going on. I think this could achieve both what the government wants to do, which is move to a streamlined mode overall, but also make sure that we do actually get faster approvals when things deserve to be approved straight off the bat, and there isn't some unnecessary delay, which everybody I think is actually genuinely seeking to avoid. I do believe it balances the need for reform with the certainty and fairness during implementation. I think this is a relative. Again, I've spoken to the Minister's office about this, but I recognise that this was circulated relatively recently, so I would urge the Minister and others to consider that in the Senate.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Not agreeing to the amendments, the government's not, in terms of the amendment related to climate change for the same reasons as I gave earlier in response to an amendment from the member for Bradfield. With respect to the amendment on sheet 2, it seeks to further amend the commencement provisions to require the commencement arrangements to meet specific requirements. The requirement would be that they are, and I quote, consistent with the principle that the amendments related to assessment pathways should take effect gradually over 3 years. In the government's view, it is legally uncertain what take effect gradually would mean, and adding this criteria to the instrument would potentially open it to judicial review, which could frustrate the commencement of the bills. That said, I respect the points that the member has put in making sure that the transition is done in a constructive way. The existing transitional rulemaking power does provide the necessary flexibility for the government to work with stakeholders, as the member has suggested, and to apply a sensible transition period that provides certainty on when the new rules apply and ensure the benefits of the reforms for the environment and business are available in a timely manner.
I will now put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no.
No.
The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Always. Almost. I know.
We are missing one wild events
Yeah. Have a chat church. No, it was great. No, I'm good. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass in front to the right and the noes to the left. I appoint the members for Wentworth and Clark as tellers for the ayes and Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. Order. The results of the division are ayes 9, noes 60. The question is resolved in the negative. And we move on quickly to the next set. Those who are leaving the chamber will do so quietly. Sorry? Yeah. And I give the call to the member for Indi.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 19 as circulated in my name together. Move amendments 1 to 19 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, my amendments seek to do three main things. Number one, embed best practice community engagement and consultation through the EPBC Act. Number two, protect high-value agricultural land and drinking water catchments within bioregional plans. And step three, or group three, stop minor or preparatory works from starting on projects still pending assessment as a controlled action. Graham Samuel's 2020 review rightly identified the need to improve community participation in decision-making processes. My amendments will require the Minister to create national environmental standards for community engagement and consultation, First Nations participation and engagement, and to create an environmental impact assessment. Deputy Speaker, the Community Engagement and Consultation Standard will need to set out a process for engagement and consultation for referrals seeking streamlined assessments and priority actions in development zones. Furthermore, priority action projects seeking approval within a development zone would be required to provide evidence of their compliance with this standard. Quick approvals under streamlined assessment processes and as priority actions should not brush over community engagements. My amendments give a clear signal to developers that community engagement is important and necessary to receive project approval, and I know there is an industry appetite for this, and ultimately it encourages our project developers to do better and get a result faster. It also lays out a procedure to give guidance to developers and communities on what to expect in the community engagement process. As this bill currently stands, the timeframe allowing community consultation on draft or changed bioregional plans is neither sufficient nor fair for communities to give considered feedback. My amendments will increase the timeframe allotted for community feedback from 30 days to 60 days. Community engagement and consultation offers additional knowledge and perspectives and improves the quality of decisions made. This must be prioritised. These amendments are good for communities, they're good for proponents, and they're good for the environment. My second range of amendments aim to ensure that bioregional plans are truly strategic and effectively prioritise competing land use demands. They will require the Minister to consider the conservation and recovery priorities, as well as the cumulative impacts of any proposed activities when creating bioregional plans. Importantly, my amendments also require the Minister to consider high-value agricultural land and drinking water catchments defining development zone boundaries within bioregional plans. Our land is precious and limited resource, and we must be strategic in how we prioritise its use. My final amendment removes a loophole the government is seeking to add into the EPCB Act that would allow proponents who are awaiting assessment on a controlled action to start what they call minor or preparatory works before the Minister's assessment. The only requirement for this work to commence is a note from the Minister. Now, there are huge swathes of ministerial discretion in this legislation, and this additional discretionary power is not necessary and poses unjustified risks to the quality and integrity of environmental assessments. My amendments will improve trust, they will improve integrity. In the EPBC Act, they are important. They're made constructively, they're made in good faith. I call on the government to support these amendments to help get our environmental reforms right, and while I acknowledge that the government won't be accepting these amendments today in this House, I have had really good conversations with the Minister. I really value those. He's listened carefully. So while I understand the amendments won't be accepted at this point, I do urge the government to keep looking at this, thinking about this carefully, consulting on this, and I hope I see some amendments to this nature happen throughout the Senate process.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Indi both for the content of the issues that she's raised and also the manner in terms of the casting forward of the continued conversations. I'll deal with the three issues in the reverse order. First of all, we're not supporting the amendments, I'll just go through the reasons why. First of all, with respect to minor or preparatory works. This is an amendment that, the amendment that we have, not the amendment that's being moved there, the change that we have in our legislation, is a small but important change to address uncertainty about when certain parts of an action can commence. It enables proponents to undertake certain minor or preparatory parts of an action that are not likely to have a significant impact on protected matters with the Minister's agreement, while the larger action is being assessed. It allows for the making of regulations on the matters the ministers to be satisfied of, and so therefore the constraints that are there in the legislation as presented is something which does not guarantee an approval. That risk's borne by the proponent, and it's a practical measure to improve productivity. With respect to high-value agricultural land and drinking water catchments, I respect the issues that have been raised and acknowledge that for the member for Indi as well, these are issues that would be regularly raised in her electorate. The EPBC Act specifically regulates significant impacts on the 9 matters of national environmental significance. This amendment would overlap with matters that the government believes are appropriately dealt with by the states and for other legislation to regulate, and it's for other legislation to regulate what are matters. Sorry, I'll start that again. This amendment would overlap with matters that are appropriately for states and other legislation to regulate, and what are matters regulated by the EPBC Act. It would introduce uncertainty and additional complexity into the system. Insofar as the issues around public consultation, and I acknowledge the member for Indi has also raised these issues personally with me in question time, as well as the meetings she's had with the minister. The public consultation requirements are aligned with other consultation requirements under the Act. It's important that communities have their say on projects, and it's sensible to have a consistent time frame across the Act. In the context of making bioregional plans, the consultation time frame in the bill relates only to the statutory consultation step. Bioregional plans will also have significant prior community consultation through processes facilitated by state and territory governments as we work with them to develop their regional plans. I know how important listening to the community is, and I note the Minister has asked me to specifically repeat that he's very keen to keep engaging with the member for Indi on the development of a standard for community consultation, but those standards cannot exist unless the legislation itself finds its way through.
I will now put the question. All of the opinions say aye. All those against, no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes.
Really frustrating. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I was eating in the background.
Was that at the front of the school?
Lock the doors. The ayes will pass in front to the right and the noes to the left. I appoint the members for Indi and Wentworth for the ayes, and for the noes, the members for Werriwa and Bean.
Considering he said no. But like they literally can't stop. I did like what they said, you know,
Order. The results of the division are ayes 9, noes 62. The question is resolved in the negative. And we'll proceed to our next set. For those who are leaving the chamber can do so quietly. And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 7 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I move amendments 1 to 7 as circulated in my name together. The amendments seek to integrate the existing climate-related financial disclosure into project assessment and approval processes. I should note these are disclosures that have been legislated by the government, and so this is something they have supported and advocated for in other contexts. Fundamentally, we cannot have an environmental legislation that is separated from climate impacts of proponents. Inherently, the two are interconnected. The Albanese government's insistence on claiming that climate impacts are not relevant to protecting the environment and biodiversity in our environment, that they are dealt elsewhere through other legislation, is simply wrong and highlights that it is not serious about protecting the environment and arresting biodiversity loss. Nature does not experience climate and environment separately, neither should our laws. Every decision on our land, water and biodiversity is also a decision about the impact on our climate, which is then also an impact on our environment. Financial regulators, APRA, RBA, Climate Change Authority have all warned of climate risks to the economy, such as stranded assets and rising insurance costs. Yet environmental assessments under this proposed bill by the Albanese government ignores these realities. My amendment would require proponents to include climate-related financial disclosures in their applications, something that businesses are already familiar with. Require decision-makers to ensure projects do not pose unacceptable climate-related transition or financial risks, i.e. become stranded assets. This is a financial viability consideration, not a climate consideration. Amendment 3 and 4 would embed duty of care into our environmental protection legislation. It would introduce a legislated duty of care to protect children and future generations from the impacts of climate change. This follows the case of Sharma versus the Minister for the Environment, where the court initially found the minister owed such a duty, though it was overturned on appeal due to the legislation. This amendment fixes the problem. The proposal responds to public support for the reform, including the Duty of Care Bill, which attracted over 400 supportive submissions. The amendment clarifies that under the EPBC Act, the minister must act with reasonable care not to cause harm to future generations when approving projects. It enshrines the principle that today's decisions must not endanger tomorrow's citizens. Amendment 7 would ensure that cumulative environmental impacts are properly assessed under the EPBC Act. It seeks to prevent the project fragmentation that we see too often, where large developments are split to avoid scrutiny and proper assessment of their true impact. The amendment would ensure that an evaluation whether combined projects collectively cause unacceptable harm, i.e. habitat loss, water degradation. The change reflects recommendations from the Samuel Review, which found the EPBC Act's project-by-project approach insufficient. By including the requirement in primary legislation, it ensures it cannot be delayed or weakened later. The amendment aims to halt the incremental degradation of ecosystems and enable informed, transparent and responsible decision-making. Amendment 6 would introduce and establish a clear right of appeal for any person subject to an environmental protection order, and this is important for business. The amendment adequately balances efficiency with accountability and procedural fairness, so that businesses and proponents can gain certainty and a fair process if they need to challenge a stop work order. So in summary, these amendments aim to embed climate accountability into financial and environmental approvals, establish a duty of care toward future generations, strengthen environmental governance by considering cumulative impacts, and provide a fair appeals process for environmental protection orders. Collectively, they promote a sustainable, transparent, responsible framework for decision-making that aligns economic development with Australian environmental and climate goals. Now, it's disappointing to see how little participation in this process members of government have engaged with. For all MPs, especially members of LEAM, who go to their communities with claims of being here for climate and protecting the environment, I urge you to consider the amendments that have been debated today. They are all seeking to improve a law that is inadequate and will fail in its stated purpose to protect the environment. It is essential that in this place we have an informed debate and we test this legislation. It is disappointing the government is choosing to ignore so many people trying to improve this legislation, but I hope that in the other place improvements will be made.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for the issues that have been raised. I will say never underestimate the commitment to the environment of the backbench members of the government, and everyone comes here from a good place, and just the undermining that happened towards the end of that amendment. As someone who sees how hard people on the backbench work through our committee process and the caucus process and the different processes we have, I wouldn't want to leave that uncorrected, the comment that was made. With respect to the issues raised by the member for Warringah concerning climate, I refer to the answer I gave previously on the amendments that were moved by the member for Bradfield. With respect to the issues on environmental protection orders, there are strong requirements that must be met before one of these orders can be issued. The CEO of the National Environment Protection Authority must reasonably believe a person or body corporate has or is likely to breach the legislation. The EPO can only be issued where there is an imminent risk of serious damage, it's necessary to ensure future compliance, or it's necessary to manage any damage. The EPO must then be revoked if the CEO reasonably believes that it is no longer necessary for the purposes for which it was issued, or if a specified time frame in the EPO has lapsed. An EPO must state the purposes for which the order is issued, including by giving brief details of any alleged contravention or potential contravention to which the order relates, and set out the requirements imposed by the person on the order. Either specify when the order ceases to be in force, or include a statement to the effect that the order will remain in force until it's revoked by the CEO. If no time frame is included in an EPO, the CEO must revoke an environment protection order if the CEO reasonably believes that the order is no longer necessary for any of the purposes for which it is issued. On cumulative impact, these issues are to be dealt with through the standard on matters of national environmental significance and in better landscape scale approaches.
I will now put the question. All that opinion say aye. All those against no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Just stay. You'll enjoy our company.
You guys paired out. No, it's just a Mickey on there. Don't want to be counted. We like it. Very diplomatic. Oh, actually, fundamentally. Good.
Hey,
it's highly
really well. I know, you were so good.
Hello.
Exactly, yeah.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Warringah be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Warringah and is there another? Clark. The member for Clark, my apologies, as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes.
You're just waiting for You're just waiting for
Order. The result of the division is 9. The result of the division is ayes 9. The ayes 9, noes 59. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. No. The question now is yeah. So we've done the amendments and now I'm putting the question that the bill as amended be agreed to. I'll do that again for the benefit of the House. Yeah, well, we've just done the amendments, so I need to put those amendments as part of the bill, and then we'll get through. I'd called the division. I wasn't aware that you were. Anyway, we've done the amendments, and now the process and consideration to Liz House. I'll put those amendments. So this bill, the question before the House, the bill as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Yeah. The amendments, or we haven't done it. lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Ms Bell. I'll just get you to resume your seat. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 45. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. Call the minister.
I seek leave. Oh, I move the bill be read a third time.
Is leave granted? Yeah.
Leave to move the third reading.
Leave is. The question is the bill be now read a third time. Give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I feel utterly aggrieved by this government.
Order.
Who would not allow me to walk from over there to here to the speakers, to the box here, to actually ask the minister questions. Now, I've been waiting in this chamber for an hour and a half.
Order.
While the crossbench have been putting their questions.
The member for Moncrieff will just
patiently
pause. Yep, and you will get the call. On a point of order, the Leader of the House.
On the point of order, question time will be in 45 minutes. Separate to the point of order, I move the question be put.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, The honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes.
And then we
Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 43. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. For a minute. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a third time. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werribee and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes.
You know it's easier. You just bring a little bit of supper. And it's glorious.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 42. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the Leader of the House on point.
Mr. Speaker, first of all,
just call the clerk quickly. Call the clerk. Call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the environment and for related purposes.
The Leader of the House.
Move that Standing Order 43 be suspended for this day only. That's so that we can continue with the bill. We'd be skipping member statements just with a reminding of where we're up to with time.
I'll put the question that the motion be agreed to. Yep. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, before we go to the next item, I'd just ask that all members be reminded that if any staff are in the advisers box, they are there as guests in the House, and no one from any advisers box should ever be trying to participate in the Parliament, and certainly should never be in a situation where they are interjecting on anyone, especially against the Speaker.
Order. I'll now call the clerk. Those opinions say aye on the suspension. The motion. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Well, yeah, but the doors. Question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes are passed to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 44. It was resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. I will call the clerk to bring the next item on.
Government business, order of the day number 3, National Environmental Protection Agency Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is this bill when he now read a second time. I'm going to give the call to a member for the Leader of the House is seeking the call.
Mr Speaker, I understand, just to clarify as a point of order, I understand this is one of the bills that we've just had an entire cognate debate on the whole week in the Parliament. So then I'll move the question be put.
Question is the question be put. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 46. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Did the ayes have it? Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
The point is, it doesn't matter. We're just saying don't do it. Listen to him. We spent the last 3 years pushing it.
Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Principle, we wanted to get 27 screens. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 45. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish the National Environmental Protection Agency and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Before we move to consideration in detail, I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I move a suspension of standing orders in the terms in which it appears in notice number 5 on today's notice paper.
I'll put the question. This was... Order. Just under the standing... under the suspension... Sorry, under the... The manager would like the call, but the Leader of the House is on his...
Can be put.
Oh. The question is the question be put regarding the suspension of standing orders. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 47. The question before the Parliament is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricorn and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 45. It was resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question is the bill be agreed to. The member for McKellar has moved her motion, but the member for Moncrieff is seeking the call for a point of order.
Seeking the call, Mr Speaker, to speak to the consideration in detail on the EPA bill.
Well, the member for McKellar has listed her consideration in detail amendments, and the process is we go through the ones that are listed as consideration in detail. I understand that you wish to speak to. You don't have any amendments yourself. You wish to speak to consideration in detail. And we will get to that to make sure that you do. And just to remind the House, as the result of the suspension motion that we have done, which is on the notice paper, there will be 5 minutes allocated for this debate. And the member for McKellar has the call to move her motion, to move her amendments.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 34 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Assistant Minister? Is leave granted?
Yes.
Leave is granted. The member for Warringah may proceed.
McKellar. I move amendments 1 to 34 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, if we are serious about reversing the destruction of our nature and providing certainty for business, then we must ensure that the National Environment Protection Agency, NEPA, is trusted by business community and civil society. To achieve that, it must be a truly independent arbiter and built on a foundation of transparency. NEPA will not be truly independent if the CEO is appointed by the Minister of the day and if there is no independently selected board. Australians are watching the decline of our nature and wildlife with growing alarm and heartbreak. They expect their government to respond with credible action to reverse this decline. My amendments to this bill are simple and in line with what the environmental community and integrity organisations have been calling for. My amendments create an independent board to sit above NEPA, as is common with many other organisations. This board would oversee the functions of NEPA and, importantly, select the CEO. The board's functions would include appointing the CEO, determining policies and long-term strategic plans for the CEO, advising the CEO and assessing and reporting on the CEO's performance. The board would have up to 7 members, each with substantial experience and knowledge and significant standing in an area relevant to NEPA's functions. At least one board member must be an Indigenous person. Critically, the board would be appointed through a robust and independent selection process, a process that most people would expect to be in place for positions important as these. The selection process would require public advertising of the board positions, assessment of applications against selection criteria and an independent panel to conduct the interviews and shortlist 3 candidates for each position for the Minister's final selection. The Minister could also decide which board members is selected as chair. Sorry, they would. Speaker, if a perception arises that a CEO is appointed because of who they know or their political proclivity rather than what they bring to the role, public trust in the integrity of the institution will be undermined. These amendments are common sense, and I've spent years now in this place calling for the need for a greater level of independence in major Commonwealth public appointments such as this. Having a truly independent national EPA will be a critical factor in whether we do actually turn around the decline of our nature over the next decade. Speaker, Australians, business and environment groups deserve a NEPA, a National Environment Protection Agency they can trust, and that means it has to be established in a way where it is truly independent, and this requires both the board and the CEO to be independently appointed. I commend these amendments to the House. Thank you.
So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. The Leader of the House had the first call. Are you seeking a call to? Leader of the House first, sorry.
The government will not be supporting these amendments. The model that the government has decided to adopt for the National Environment Protection Agency is that of a non-corporate Commonwealth entity. This provides an optimal model for independence for matters of compliance and enforcement while maintaining democratic accountability for approvals. This model involves standard statutory appointment processes for the CEO and is ultimately accountable to the Minister. A board is not complementary to this model. Instead, the CEO of the EPA can appoint advisory groups to be able to assist them and provide advice on their functions.
So the question is the amendments be agreed to. Member for Moncrieff.
I'm aggrieved by this government, who has gagged debate time and time again. We've all been here witnessing what's been going on. What is this government hiding? They did not allow me the opportunity to speak to consideration in detail, to ask the Minister, who is representing the Minister in this House, questions on the EPBC bill and the EPA bill that we're now talking about, the Environmental Protection Agency bill. We have questions. We have questions on behalf of Australians that this minister will not answer in order to give the coalition the opportunity to ask questions on consideration in detail. Now, this does not look to me, this does not look to Australians to be a government that is willing to negotiate on the EPBC reform bills. I mean, to shut down debate when I had 50 questions for you, Minister, 50 questions for you in consideration in detail,
and time has expired,
and then to be closed.
allotted for this debate.
Shame on you.
So the question is, need you to take your seat now. Thank you. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. That's the question before the House now. All those of that opinion say aye. Noes? I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 6.
They just sent real division. Leon, can you stop people at that thing?
lock the doors? No? Sorry.
Lock the doors. The question is before the House. The amendments moved by the honourable member for McKellar be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for McKellar and Bradfield as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 8, noes 85. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Order. If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible, I'll just allow members to enter the chamber. Order. When the House comes to order, I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and quietly as possible. Call the Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, almost every question time we are joined by a winner Olympian, and the member for Warringah is quite rightly proud of her achievements, as are all Australians proud of her and what she did as a member for prior to being the member for Warringah. But today she has some distinguished company, because led by Chef de Mission Elisa Camplin and Deputy Chef de Mission Katja Kremer, we have some extraordinary athletes in the gallery today who will be representing our nation at the 2026 Winter Olympics and Paralympics to be held in Milano Cortina in February and March. This will be one of the biggest squads Australia has ever sent to a Winter Games, and one of our most experienced, with a number of athletes competing in their third, fourth or fifth Olympics. Mr Speaker, training for the Winter Games demands incredible skill, dedication and sacrifice, and in a country like Australia, it also requires creativity and the ability to improvise. Josh Hanlon grew up in Wythalley in New South Wales, in the wheat belt. It is hard to imagine a landscape less likely to produce a world-class para-alpine skier. In Brisbane, Abby Wilcox trains on a ski ramp that launches into a swimming pool. In so many disciplines, Australians have found a way to pursue their Olympic dream. You should all be so proud of everything you have already achieved in representing the best nation on earth. And you can be absolutely certain that when you wear the green and gold in Italy next year, all Australians will be proud of you and cheering for you. That is the Australian way. And just as you and your teammates were inspired to represent our nation on the world stage by the heroics of a previous generation of Australian champions, including Zali Steggall, what you do at the 2026 Games will inspire our future Olympians and Paralympians. The 2022 Winter Olympics delivered a record medal tally for Australia. And in the best of Australian sporting tradition, I know you'll be looking to go one better. So all of us will be wishing you well and cheering you on, and on behalf of every Australian, best of luck and enjoy the experience.
Indulgence. On indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today we welcome to Parliament some of the finest examples of Australian courage, discipline and spirit, our Winter Olympians and Paralympians. To those here in the chamber and those who have joined us in Parliament House during the day, we say thank you for inspiring a nation. You are more than athletes. You are role models, mentors and dream makers. You remind every young Australian that greatness is not confined to where you were born, but found in the courage to chase your dreams, even if those dreams lead you to snow, ice and mountains half a world away. In just 92 days' time, Team Australia will head to Milan and Cortina to represent our nation in the Winter Olympic Games. Around 55 athletes will wear the green and gold across 12 disciplines, including new events like ski mountaineering and dual moguls, a reflection of how far we've come as a winter sport nation. They follow in the footsteps of legends who made history before them. From Elisa Camplin's golden moment in Salt Lake City to Jakara Anthony's triumph in Beijing, and of course the member for Warringah. Athletes who showed the world that Australia can stand tall on snow and ice. And just a few weeks later, our Paralympic team will carry that same spirit into competition, led by chef de mission Ben Troy and team captain Sean Pollard. With qualifications secured in 4 record sports and Paralympic stars like Georgia Gunav, Ethan Jackson and Josh Hanlon leading the charge, our Paralympians are showing once again that courage and commitment knows no boundaries. These Games will mark 50 years since Australia first competed at the Winter Paralympics, a milestone worthy of reflection and celebration. From Michael Milton's legendary gold in 1992 to the athletes preparing today, our Paralympians remind us that strength is not measured by what life gives you, but by how fiercely you rise to meet it. So to all our Winter Olympians and Paralympians, past, present and future, we wish you every success as you complete your preparations and head to the northern snow and ice. You carry our hopes, our pride and all our love of country.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Foodbank's 2025 Hunger Report shockingly reveals that 20% of Australian households are severely food insecure and that parents are skipping meals so that their kids can eat. Commenting on Labor's cost of living measures, Foodbank has said that they, quote, didn't translate to food on the tables. Prime Minister, why are more Australians going hungry under Labor?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, the modern Liberal Party is not so much a broad church these days as a temple of doom. They talk everything down each and every day. They vote against every single cost of living measure that we put in place. They argue that opposing tax cuts somehow doesn't make a difference to the capacity of people to get by. They argue that cheaper medicines won't assist people to get the health care that they need. They argue that free TAFE is something that people don't value to be able to get a job and upskill themselves because they won't value it. They argue that the creation of over 1 million jobs in just over 8... And the interjects, they do it again, Mr Speaker. They won't learn. They didn't read Dennis Shanahan's comments over the last 24 hours. Because if they did... If they did...
Order. The member for Gippsland. Order. The Leader of the Nationals. We're going to take temperature down, and I want to hear from the Leader of the Opposition on her point of order.
A point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. Sledges don't feed people.
Order. No.
Can the Prime Minister give a straight answer?
No, resume your seat. That is... I've been trying to deal with this all week in terms of appropriateness of points of order, and I've been more than generous with the Leader of the Opposition and members, and to simply say that that is absolutely unacceptable. Order, no. We just can't have question time descend into this where people just get up and say what they feel like. Order. So I'm just going to counsel the opposition leader not to do that again. Okay, the Prime Minister was asked a question about cost of living measures and his policies regarding to food security. So it was a very broad question. I think everyone can agree with that. So the Prime Minister is being directly relevant. No more frivolous points of order. The Prime Minister has the call.
And those opposite haven't learnt. They interjected across, and if they don't want attention drawn towards the interjections which show their real views, they shouldn't make them. But the interjection from the member opposite, when I spoke about the more than 1 million jobs that have been created, the lowest unemployment rate that we have had of any government in the last 50 years, was to interject government jobs.
Order.
To interject government jobs, which exposes two things. One, that they don't understand the jobs that have been created in the private sector, and two, confirms their contempt for people who provide service delivery across there, including clearing out the waiting lists in Veterans Affairs that we inherited. People who'd served our nation in uniform, who then were denied their entitlements as a result of the cuts that were made by those opposite. And that's why we remember, Mr Speaker, they went to the election saying they would sack 46,000 public servants. And then they said they were just all in Canberra, ignoring the fact that public servants in Centrelink, in Veterans Affairs, in all of these communities are out there in their electorates as well as these electorates, and particularly in regional Australia, provide such an important role. But of course, the Leader of the Opposition who asked this question was part of a government that ripped $20 million from Food Bank.
Order.
And then they have the hide to raise Food Bank.
Order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. The House comes to order. We shall hear from the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on the plan backed by experts to provide cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy? Why is listening to trusted expert advice important? How does this approach compare to others?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question. And of course, the Albanese government's delivering on a plan for cheaper, more reliable energy for Australians, including 113,267 home batteries that have been installed since the 1st of July, 2.3 gigawatt hours. And interestingly, Mr Speaker, 9 of the top 10 electorates for cheaper home batteries are below the median weekly wage. So this is support going to those Australians who need it to reduce their energy bills. And of course, we're also delivering through Solar Sharer our plan to see more Australians be able to access free solar energy in the middle of the day, even if they don't have solar panels and a battery. And all this, Mr Speaker, also is leading to October being the first month in Australian history that we got 50% of our power from renewable energy in the NEM. On average, not for a few minutes, on average. That's how the monthly figures work, on average. Now, this is a plan designed by Australian experts, backed by Australian experts. The CSIRO, AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Corporation, the Australian Energy Regulators, all of whom have told the government repeatedly renewables are the cheapest form of energy and that the biggest threat to reliability in the system is coal-fired power. Now, there is an alternative approach. On Saturday, we saw the National Party announce they were scrapping net zero. It will be just a little while before the Liberal Party follows, maybe just a few minutes. Now the Leader of the National Party had justification. He called on expert reports and he said, Net Zero Australia has said that it will be somewhere between $7 and $9 trillion, and Rainforest Reserve have already made it clear that to go to an all-renewables approach would be $1.382 trillion. So it's quoting Net Zero Australia and Rainforest Reserve. Well, let's have a look at the Leader of the National Party's experts. Net Zero Australia's issued a statement today that says this.
Order.
Different individuals and groups have been misrepresenting key cost estimates from our Australia project as the cost of Australia reaching net zero. These misrepresented costs have typically ranged from $1.5 trillion to $9 trillion. Does that sound familiar? I wonder who they were talking about. Misrepresenting them. And then we've got Rainforest Reserve. Well, they've been quoting a lot of people, and including Rainforest Reserve quoted the Journal of Cleaner Production to support their cases. The publishers of that journal were asked about the references, and they said, and I quote, "These references appear to have been hallucinated and do not exist. We have not found any articles with these titles published in any Elsevier journals." Hallucinations is a common theme, Mr Speaker. We've got the National Party and the Liberal Party following each other to net zero. It'll only be a few minutes before it's announced that the Liberal Party's followed them. The party of Benji's has become the party of Sky News frenzies.
The member for Page. Now, just before we call the Deputy Leader, we had member for Cook interject 9 times there and the Leader of the Nationals on 11 times. So we're going to give it a break because you've had a good go. Now we're going to hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. The RBA's forecast shows that if it were to offer any further rate relief, inflation would not get back to the 2.5% target. Noting the national accounts show government consumption still growing faster than household consumption, will the Treasurer admit that with his foot on the accelerator and the Governor's on the brake, he is making it impossible for the RBA to offer further relief?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Not for the first time, the Shadow Treasurer's foot is in his mouth. And the reason for that is because the Reserve Bank made it very clear in the course of coming to its decision earlier in the week that government spending had nothing to do with it. They didn't mention it in the press conference, they didn't mention it in the press release, and when they released their updated forecasts, they downgraded their expectations for public spending in our economy. Now, one of the things that is happening in our economy, I acknowledge that there are a number of challenges, but one of the welcome developments in our economy is that the private sector has been taking over. In fact, over the last 2 or 3 quarters, the private sector has been resuming its rightful role as the primary driver of growth in our economy. In fact, for the last 2 quarters, public demand has made no contribution to growth. And so the Shadow Treasurer really ought to know that, Mr Speaker. Now, in a week where the opposition leader's judgment has been repeatedly called into question, I wanted to say that I think it's a credit to the strategic nous of the Leader of the Opposition to give the Shadow Treasurer a question, because nothing does the Shadow Treasurer's leadership ambitions more harm than to stand him in front of a microphone that's turned on. Because I've already answered this question, Mr Speaker, earlier in the week. And I made it very clear earlier in the week, Mr Speaker, that if he is saying that the budget is the primary determinant of movements in interest rates in our economy, then we've had 3 interest rate cuts this year, including 2 interest rate cuts since the budget I handed down from this dispatch box in March, Mr Speaker. And if he wants to be honest about the view of the Reserve Bank, I encourage him to check out what the Reserve Bank Governor said about the 2 surpluses that we have delivered and the fact that in the 3rd year the deficit is much smaller than we inherited, and because of all of that, debt is much lower as well compared to other countries, and also, I would say, compared to what we inherited from those opposite. So the last point I would make, Mr Speaker, is the Shadow Treasurer is precisely the last person that I will take advice from when it comes to responsible economic management. He is the guy that wanted to borrow hundreds of billions of dollars to build nuclear reactors which would push the price of electricity up, not down.
We'll hear from the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australia's critical minerals sector? Why is reliable energy so important for this sector? And what other proposals have been put forward?
Call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Bullwinkle for her fine question. She understands that Australia's resources sector is central to the net zero transition, not only of this country, but of the world. Speaker, the global clean energy transition simply doesn't happen without Australia's resources and critical minerals, and that's whether it's the solar arrays or wind turbines powering homes and cities around the world, or indeed those powering the resources sector itself. Mr Speaker, the resources sector gets this. They know of the need to support net zero and the reliable energy which it will provide. Take, for instance, Liontown's Kathleen Valley Lithium Project, an underground lithium mine in the northern goldfields, 87% powered by renewable energy. And just next door, nearby to the north, the nearby Bellevue gold mine. That has hit 100% renewable power in an underground gold mine in the northern goldfields. And it has hit net zero power by August just past. That is a remarkable achievement for the resources sector, and it sets a new benchmark of green energy powering this sector in this country. Speaker, the transition to net zero by 2050 represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Australia's resources sector, and this government's policies will bring in, and is bringing in, the private capital and investment, creating thousands of new jobs and driving growth in our regions. I am asked, Mr Speaker, about other proposals. Well, of course, there is the proposal to cling to the $600 billion nuclear fantasy that was comprehensively rejected by Australian voters at the last election. They also continue to oppose the production tax credit incentive for critical minerals, and now, of course, they are walking away from net zero altogether. Mr Speaker, to paraphrase one observer from Western Australia, only a mug would walk away from net zero. But if I could quote, the WA leader of the Liberals, Basil Zempilas, in full, only a mug would not heed the lessons of 2 elections back to back and to walk away and suddenly decide, I know best, don't worry about what the election results said. So that was the WA Liberal leader, Basil Zempilas. Now we see in Western Australia, the strongest resources state in this country, clearly a bipartisan support of the Liberals and the Labor government to support net zero. It really is quite a thing that those opposite decide to reject net zero and therefore reject what the resources sector knows is best for this country, what this government on this side has legislated for, while their mad division and chaos will see the Nationals squabble with the Liberals. Obviously the split is coming. We can't wait to see it. Good luck with you on that. Meanwhile, this government will get on with delivering jobs across the regions for this country.
Before I call the honourable member for Kooyong, I'd like to acknowledge a few people and welcome them to the Parliament. Sitting in the Distinguished Visitors Gallery today is the Honourable Leon Bignell, the Speaker of the South Australian House of Assembly. I see former Senator and former Minister, the Honourable Mark Habib, is the Chief Executive of the Australian Olympic Committee in the gallery. And I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is Mr Gary Ramage, Ramo, as he is affectionately known in the Federal Press Gallery. He's retiring after 19 years as a photographer here at Parliament House and 34 years as one of Australia's leading photojournalists. I understand that Ramo is relocating to Perth to support his 2 younger sisters with cancer. On behalf of all members, I thank you for your service and wish you and your sisters strength and courage. Give a call to the member for Ryan. Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Australian medical research saves lives. It boosts our economy. It improves our domestic security and it provides aid to our region. The Medical Research Future Fund was established to support the sector with $1 billion a year, but your government is spending only $650 million annually. Could you please tell the dozens of medical researchers in the gallery today why it is that you're withholding the support that we committed to and that their sector needs and deserves.
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to answer the member's question. Can I say, first of all, how much we value your experience and contributions in this place to health policy generally, but particularly the time you're taking to represent and advocate the interests of the Medical Research Institute sector, which has been in the building over the last several days. You and I were both at the Amory dinner the other night with a number of members, at least on this side of the House, and Senator Ruston was there as well. This is a question you've asked before over the last couple of weeks to me and to the Treasurer. Our position hasn't changed. I do want to take the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the MRFF. This is an institution of which both sides of the House can be proud. We initiated the process to set it up when we were last in government, and I had ministerial responsibility for this area. To their credit, it was put in place and now has a capital of about $24 billion by the former government. And as you say, as the member says, it distributes about $650 million each and every year. I heard some remarks and a release from the member and a number of the institutes earlier today about the success rate and applicants that had not been able to receive funding from the MRFF. As the member well knows, success rates for all of the government's research funds are well short of 100%. So well short of 100% of good, worthy applicants are actually able to receive funding. And I think actually the MRFF has a success rate above the others. It's about 30%, has been about 30% through the course of its time. The ARC, I think, has a success rate closer to 20%. The MREA from the NHMRC has a success rate of 15%. We'd all like that to be higher, but the MRFF performs pretty well. As the Treasurer said last week, though, I think the government is taking this very seriously. As I said and the Treasurer said, we are pulling together a single, united national health and medical research strategy under the leadership of Rosemary Huxbottle AO, former Secretary of the Finance Department, and former Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health. I can't believe the Leader of the Opposition is interjecting about health and medical research, but such is life. And once that strategy is delivered as a final document, and it will be very shortly, we will use that and the 10-year statutory review of the MRFF that the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance recently received and published to consider a range of things, including the matter that the member has now raised a few times in question time over the last couple of weeks and was the subject of quite some advocacy by the Medical Research Institute sector as well.
The call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitments to the Australian people to make a positive difference to their lives?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Menzies for his question, my favourite ever member for Menzies, I must be said, Mr Speaker. And 6 months on from the election, our Labor government is delivering the plans and policies that the Australian people voted for on May the 3rd. We committed to cut student debt by 20% and we delivered it. We committed to making medicines cheaper and we've delivered that. We expanded paid parental leave and super paid on PPL and we've delivered that as well. We committed to the biggest ever women's health program, including reproductive health, and we have delivered that. We committed to $10,000 bonuses for construction apprentices and paid prac for teachers, nurses, social workers and midwives, and we have delivered that. We committed to enshrine penalty rates into law, protecting weekend and overtime pay, and we have delivered that. We said we'd cut taxes for every single taxpayer. We of course delivered that, and we'll top up tax cuts next year and the year after. We committed to the largest investment boost ever in Medicare, tripling the bulk billing incentive, and on Saturday we delivered that. We committed to 50 urgent care clinics going on top of the 87 that we had already opened in our first term, and they are opening right around the country, including one very soon, Mr Speaker, before Parliament comes back in the electorate of Grainlow. Mr Speaker, we also committed to ban social media for under-16s so that kids have time to be kids rather than engaging on their devices, to get our youngest Australians offline and into life. And today we're joined in the gallery by a courageous 12-year-old Florence, or Flossie, as she likes to be called, who's here with her mum and a neurologist expert from Hobart in Tasmania. Flossie was good enough to give me this friendship bracelet, and I thank her for it. And I declare it on the register, Mr Speaker, at this time. The work that Florence has done as a young Australian to inspire other children to embrace activities other than being on their devices is quite extraordinary. This is a social change backed by both sides of this parliament that has come from the bottom up. It's come from parents who have lost their sons and daughters, but it's also come from young people like Flossie, who's out there with her peers saying, get engaged in sport, get engaged in music, get engaged in reading, get engaged in communicating with each other in order to benefit your life, not just in the period in which you don't turn until you turn 16, but so that your life is better on the way through, because Flossie has investigated what the neurological impact is of social media and the harm that it does, and is an articulate, inspiring advocate. And on behalf of this parliament, I think everyone in this parliament, I say thank you for the work that you are doing and the leadership you are giving to young Australians. Yeah.
Call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. According to Anglicare's 2025 Cost of Living Index, single-parent families on minimum wage are left each week with $1 after covering essential expenses like rent, transport and food. Foodbank's 2025 Hunger Report states that nearly 68% of single-parent households are now going hungry. Prime Minister, in light of these disturbing figures, why are more Australians going hungry under Labor?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and of course she's new to this House. It hasn't been here when all of the cuts that have been made by the former government when they were in office, or the pluses that we've moved in of cost of living help that were opposed by her Liberal and National Party colleagues. So I wish the member all the best in encouraging a turnaround in the Liberal Party's position when it comes to assisting people, because all of the measures that we have put in place, whether it be the changes to Medicare, the improvements and cuts to the cost of medicines, the improvements to the minimum wage, the improvements to taxpayers with tax cuts, all of the measures that we have put forward have been opposed by those opposite.
Order.
So we understand that the job of assisting people is never done. That's why we're focused on it. That's why we also point out just the fact that those opposite, when they were in government, ripped $20 million from Foodbank each and every year. And then they interject again. They put it back, they said. So they concede that the cuts were there each and every year, and then they say, oh, well, we put it back. And I'm asked about single parents as well, and one of the things that I'm very proud of is that in our first budget, we changed the single parenting payment so that it applies until the youngest child reaches the age of 14, something that was never done by those opposite. And there's one thing I'm not going to be lectured about by those opposite. It's looking after kids from single-parent families. That is something I'm not going to be lectured by the bunch of people opposite
members on my left.
who've never seen an increase in living standards that they didn't oppose, who just stand up and continue to argue against minimum wage increases, continued to argue about tax cuts, and who are leader of the opposition, who gave a speech about the culture of dependency. What do you think that means? What do you think that means? That means cuts,
for Education,
more cuts,
Attorney General.
and even more cuts. And we know that's the case because that's their form.
Order. The call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make the most of the global move to cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy? How does this compare to other approaches?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member for Banks, who brings a great deal of experience and expertise and collegiality to our team, and I thank him for his contribution. Now, the key conclusions from the detailed Treasury modelling that we've released are that an orderly transition to cleaner and cheaper, more reliable energy will boost investment, lift living standards and strengthen our economy. That's why it's a golden opportunity for our economy, and that's why it's our policy, Mr Speaker. And a really important part of this is making sure, and a really important part of making our economy more productive as well, is making it easier and faster to build more reliable, renewable energy. That's why our EPBC reforms are good for our environment and good for the economy, because they'll help attract the investment that we need in an orderly energy transformation. Now, the alternative to this is a disorderly transition, which would create investor uncertainty and would cost our economy dearly. But Treasury has made it clear in their modelling document that the only thing worse than a disorderly transition to net zero would be the policy that we think that they have now agreed to, Mr Speaker. The only outcome worse than a disorderly transition would be if we abandon net zero entirely, which is what those opposite are now calling for, Mr Speaker. Abandoning net zero would be economic insanity of the highest order. What they are contemplating over there, Mr Speaker, would be economic extremism of the very worst kind. And what this shows is that their extremism isn't just some kind of phase they're going through, it's now their permanent state, Mr Speaker. That is the most divided, most divisive, most extreme, least credible opposition in memory. But while those opposite are divided, this government and this Prime Minister is delivering a considered, orderly, responsible transition to cleaner and cheaper, more reliable energy is an important part of our economic plan, and there's a good reason for that. And that's because this will strengthen our economy, it will create more opportunities for more Australians, and that's what this side of the House is all about. And that's because we are a mainstream government, delivering for the people who send us here, and we won't be distracted by the daily madness that we see over there, Mr Speaker. Now, I hear those opposite interjecting, and when I mentioned before economic insanity, the dumbest thing that we could do as a country would be the policy proposal that the Shadow Treasurer took to the last election, which is to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on nuclear reactors, which would push energy prices up, not down. The difference between this side of the House and that side of the House is we are working through these issues in a considered and methodical way to invest more in cleaner and cheaper energy. Those opposites have gone absolutely crazy, and the economy would pay a price as a consequence.
Before I call the member for Moncrieff, I'm pleased to enforce that we've just been joined by, in the gallery, the Australian Auspol 37th delegation from the United States of America. On behalf of the House, a very warm welcome to you all. And give the call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. Yesterday, the West Australian Premier, Roger Cook, was wandering around Parliament pleading with every minister who would listen to please, please, please not cave into the Labor left-dominated backbench on the EPBC bills. Will the minister listen to the Premier of her own state or her left-wing backbench?
No. The member for Cornwall will cease rejecting, and the member for Isaacs, the member for Goldstein. Order. The Minister for Employment, just going to, members on my right, I don't want to issue a general warning, but interjections are highly disorderly. I want to hear from the Leader of the House on his point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Practice makes clear the issues on which ministers can be questioned. Often I raise a point of order because there's one of the things in the list of the question that is out of order. On this occasion, I don't think there is anything in what was just asked that was in order. None of it refers to the responsibilities of the minister. A question about whether someone who has been a member of the left for 40 years as to whether, there is no level on which that question is not bizarre, but there is also no level in which that question is in order.
The member for Chifley will leave the chamber under 94A. Order. The member from Moncrieff is entitled to ask her question. To assist the House, if she can make it just relevant to the minister's portfolio, and perhaps the piece of legislation she's referring to, maybe it be with approvals or whatever the. All I'm asking is the member to just make it relevant to what the minister is responsible for, rather than a comment. So the member for Moncrieff has the call.
Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. Yesterday, the West Australian Premier Roger Cook was wandering around Parliament pleading with every minister who would listen to please, please, please not cave into the Labor left-dominated backbench on the EPBC bills. Will the minister listen to the Premier of our own state about critical minerals or her left-wing backbench here in Canberra?
The minister was asked about critical minerals, so that's fine. She's responsible for order. No, we're not having anyone behave like that. So the member's question is in order. It's a very, very, very broad question, but the minister will be able to answer regarding her portfolio. The minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you for that question. It's an interesting one, no doubt about it. And I'm always pleased to be asked about the critical minerals sector of this country. I'm also really pleased to be asked about how Premier Roger Cook and I and this government are on a unique ticket with the development of critical minerals in this country. And those opposite, they can interject all they want. They've referred to unhinged backbenches. Well, I can tell you where I can see them. I only need to look straight ahead, but you might need to look behind you. Order. So I might then reflect on the backbench of our party, a fine backbench, and wow. Each and every single one of these people behind me represent a Labor government that is working for the resources sector of this country, that is working for the critical minerals of this sector of this country, that is working to achieve the legislative drive of this country and this government under this Prime Minister to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Every single one of these people are all working together in the interests of this country, right around the country, whether it be Western Australia or Queensland or every place in between. They know what is good for this country because they work for this country, they listen to their communities, unlike those opposite who just listen to one another. As we well know, all we see in the newspapers from day to day is what the next argument is. And when you come into this chamber and ask me about the critical minerals sector and about the critical minerals strategy of this government, let's have a look at yours. The last time I looked at the critical minerals strategy issued by the opposition when they were in government in 2022, how often do you think it—
The Minister will pause. No, the member for Moncrieff is entitled to raise a point of order, and she's not going to be interjected upon.
It is around relevance because the minister was not asked about those on this side. The minister was asked about critical minerals, and the Western Australian Premier wandering around begging you all to listen to.
Yeah, as I explained, it was a pretty broad brushstroke. So, if the minister can return to the critical minerals, and she is doing some compare and contrast, but for the remainder of her answer, I don't want her to just specifically talk about opposition policy because she wasn't asked about opposition policy, but she'll be allowed some leniencies because of the nature of the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So, as I said before, I am more than happy to speak about critical minerals. And, of course, what we have observed in this place is how important the reforms to the EPBC Act will be for critical minerals and rare earths projects. It will be important for the framework agreement that the Prime Minister signed with President Trump just a couple of weeks ago when we were together in Washington. And it's this Labor government and these backbenchers on this side that are working toward implementing that framework, towards getting an environmental protection legislation that works for the environment, heaven forbid those opposite, but also works for industry and for the community. And what do those opposite do? Well, they do absolutely nothing. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to help the resources sector. They sure don't want to help the environment. So when you go back to your communities, ask them what they think. We will represent your communities because you are clearly not doing it. We will work in the interests of the Australian people while you just vacillate with your division and chaos for as long as you choose to.
Order. When the House comes to order, we shall hear from the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government's investment in Medicare urgent care clinics helping Australians to get urgent care when they need it? How do urgent care clinics help strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for... No, the member for Lyne will leave the chamber under 94A. No. She's had a pretty good go this week. Order. Well, it may be Thursday, but everyone's still got to follow the rules. Give the call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Just reminds us, Mr Speaker, the leadership, the front bench of those opposite hate urgent care clinics. Their back bench, though, are very supportive of them, constantly advocating for one, sending us emails, starting up petitions, Mr Speaker. If only their front bench let them get what they want. But I thank the member for Cunningham for her question and for her advocacy for a stronger Medicare in the Illawarra, particularly in Wollongong. She is a fierce advocate for strengthening Medicare, but also, I have to say, a really fierce advocate for better aged care services. She understands the aged care sector incredibly well and is constantly talking to me and to the aged care minister about how we can improve things for her community, and I thank her for that. I also know that she is incredibly appreciative of the record investment in bulk billing. And can I say, in just the last week, the number of bulk billing clinics in her electorate hasn't just doubled, hasn't just tripled, it's quadrupled in a week, in just a week. We've seen a big increase in the neighbouring electorate of Whitlam as well, a big increase in bulk billing for the people of the Illawarra. And she's also a great advocate for the Corrimal Urgent Care Clinic in Wollongong. Already that has seen 30,000 people from her community, all fully bulk billed, getting high-quality urgent care. And she pointed out there was a particularly high-profile patient there recently, the health reporter from the Sydney Morning Herald, who wrote a piece this morning, said, "I thought Albo's urgent care clinics were a waste until I needed one. Until I needed one. And with all of the zeal you would expect from a convert, he then went on to describe a very unfortunate incident where his surfboard went into his foot and cut it quite considerably. On the weekend, he went into the Corrimal Urgent Care Clinic, which he found on his phone, received incredibly high-quality urgent care, completely free of charge. And as I say, I thank him for it. He's written this very fine piece promoting what is a terrific initiative for a stronger Medicare for the whole country. So we have two urgent care clinics in the Illawarra already, 30,000 people through the Corrimal Urgent Care Clinic, 20,000 through the Dapto Urgent Care Clinic in the neighbouring electorate of Whitlam, and rounding it out in the coming couple of weeks, we'll be in a position to announce the provider for the Shell Harbour Urgent Care Clinic in the southern part of the Illawarra as well, Mr Speaker. That's just one of the 50 urgent care clinics we promised across the country at the last election. 3 of them are already open. I'm confident the rest of them will be open over the course of this summer, hopefully as many as possible by Christmas. And once that is done, 2 million people, like the health reporter from the SMH, every single year will get that high-quality urgent care.
Has concluded. Call to the honourable member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Prime Minister. When asked about the Prime Minister's promise to reduce power bills by $275, the Labor member for Solomon said, and quote, "How long are you guys going to hang on to that $275 piece?" Prime Minister, are power bills $275 lower now than in May 2022?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Of course, what we know is that our friend, the member for Hume, had an interesting thing prior to 2022, where he actually intervened to change the law to hide where power prices were. And I'm not sure why he's here, but not here. But I wish him well. Yesterday, of course, they had another quote from the member for Solomon. I don't know how he got onto Sky News, but I congratulate him for squeezing in between all those front benchers who have spent day after day, week after week, giving us, I assure you, quotable quotes that are there forever, bagging each other, speaking about how Australia will become a pariah state if they accept the view of those opposite in the National Party and some of the Liberal Party about abolishing net zero, because we have a very clear position when it comes to energy going forward. It is to support the cheapest form of new energy, which is renewables, to then support, as well, it being backed up by batteries and storage, as well as gas for firming capacity as well. That is our position. That is the way forward, not the fantasy that those are indulged in.
Give the call to the order. All right, when the House comes to order, the member for O'Connor will hear from the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. How is the Albanese Labor government's aged care reforms delivering safer, fairer and more dignified care for older Australians? Why were these reforms so critical?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my friend, the outstanding member for Lawler, for her question, but more importantly, for her outstanding advocacy for older people in the community that we share in Melbourne's West. I was so proud to visit Sunset Views Manor in Tarneet with her over the weekend to meet the wonderful staff who deliver exceptional care to older people in our region. Mr Speaker, on Saturday, Australia turned the page on aged care, taking a once-in-a-generation step forward for older Australians. After 9 long years of neglect under the Liberals, the Albanese Labor government is delivering the reforms older Australians were promised. Safer, fairer, more dignified care. The new Aged Care Act and brand new Support at Home program are now in effect, putting the rights of older people at their centre. For the first time, the new Act enshrines in law a statement of rights, guaranteeing that every older Australian has the right to be treated with dignity and respect, to make choices about their own care, and to live free from abuse or neglect. Support at Home is a simpler, fairer system that helps more Australians stay in their homes for longer. It means a higher level of care, less red tape, and more flexibility for people to get the support they actually need, from help with personal care to home modifications and assistive technology. For people in residential care, we've lifted the bar on safety and quality, with stronger standards, a more powerful regulator, and mandatory staffing levels that ensure every resident receives more direct care every single day. These are the reforms the Royal Commission called for. They're reforms that older Australians deserve. And while those opposite spent 9 years failing older people and avoiding this overdue reform, our government has acted. Older Australians have contributed so much to their communities and to our country. They deserve a system that treats them with the respect they've earned over a lifetime. Mr Speaker, from Saturday, that's exactly what Labor has put into place. Real reform, real improvements to the way we care for our loved ones. I'm pleased to inform the House that to date the transition has gone smoothly, including the first tranche of ICT system updates that operationalise aspects of these reforms and that make navigating aged care simpler and smoother. We'll continue to monitor the changes closely to make sure the system is accessible, easy and fair for older Australians to use. Mr Speaker, Labor's reforms are delivering better care, safer, fairer and more dignified for every older Australian for generations to come.
Give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. The Northern Beaches Hospital in Mackellar has provided both public and private services under a public-private partnership. Following the private operator HealthScope entering receivership in May this year, the announcement that public services would be transitioned to New South Wales Health was indeed very welcome. However, there is great uncertainty about the continuation of the world-class private services delivered there. Minister, what reassurance can you provide my community regarding ongoing access to all the private services at Northern Beaches Hospital?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing and the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and I acknowledge the member's advocacy for the return of this privatised hospital effectively to public hands. And can I remind the House that no Labor government has privatised hospitals over the last 30 years, while Liberal government after Liberal government around the country has persisted with this failed experiment of privatising public acute care hospitals. The first time I dealt with it was in the northeastern suburbs of Adelaide back in the 1990s when HealthScope, the same company, was given the contract to run the Modbury Hospital. The member for Macon will remember it was a debacle and had to be brought in-house. And we've seen repeat after repeat of this failed Liberal Party experiment to privatise our public acute care hospitals. And we know the Auditor-General's report from New South Wales confirmed that sense of failure. It doesn't integrate properly into the public hospital system. That's what the New South Wales Auditor-General found. And there is a tension between profit and proper clinical care that should not happen in an acute care public hospital. The private hospital system, as the member knows better than most, is very different. It's largely there for planned procedures and, of course, here you go, the Liberal Party seeking to defend failed privatisation experiments, because at the end of the day, like Pavlov's dog, they return to the idea that we should have a privatised model of healthcare. Well, that's not the member's view, it's not the Labor Party's view. I do know, though, that the very hard work the New South Wales Minister for Health is doing here to unwind this privatisation over a relatively short period of time is one that is seeking to reassure, first of all, doctors, nurses and other healthcare staff at that hospital that they'll have jobs and that the clinical services at this hospital will be up to scratch. And I think there's a close process of consultation there. They'll all have jobs offered. Their entitlements will transfer to New South Wales Health if they choose to take up that offer. As the member also knows, the New South Wales Government is consulting closely with clinicians and the community about what private hospital services will continue to be available on that precinct or on that hospital site. And I'm keeping in touch with the New South Wales Minister about that. Obviously, as the member knows, this is all complicated by the fact that Healthscope more broadly, which runs well over 30 hospitals, including Northern Beaches across the country, is now in receivership. So we are taking the lead as the Commonwealth for making sure that there is continuity of service from all of those other Healthscope hospitals. But we took a decision as two governments that New South Wales Health would lead on essentially unwinding arrangements and guaranteeing private and public services on the Northern Beaches side. But if the member wants me to update her and keep representing these issues to New South Wales Minister, of course I'd be more than happy to.
The call to the member for Kennedy.
Minister representing Special Minister for State. An infamous evil in history, and I quote, devised his movement, repeat a lie continuously, continually and constantly. People will believe it's the truth even though it is a lie. The LNP Townsville are obviously fellow travellers. The Hinchinbrook by-election is the worst lying I've encountered in 25 years in politics. And that's saying a lot. The LNP said we support castle law. They've opposed its introduction 3 times. We're not going to abolish coal. They've kept the coal tax, which will abolish coal. 3 mines effectively closed. The LNP said KP candidate Molokino had been Labor. We've the text messages showing the LNP approached him as their first choice candidate for Hinchinbrook. Minister, do we have an avenue to stop flagrant, unconscionable LNP lying?
Well, I'm going to get you to withdraw that last part of the statement because we had this discussion yesterday. We're not going down that path again.
Untruths, Mr. Speaker.
Just withdraw. I withdraw. That's all you need to say.
All right, I withdraw that aspect of the question.
Member. The Minister for Employment Workplace Relations, representing the Special Minister of State, is a very broad question because you're talking about a state issue. So to make it relevant, the Minister will have to make her answer relevant to Commonwealth law, and she won't be able to get much leeway around the state issue because she's not responsible for state issues.
Thank you.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kennedy for his question. One thing he did reference in his question was his long and distinguished public service, and I would like to recognise the unveiling of his portrait today, which recognises that 50 years, and I think we can all agree it is a striking portrait at that. But going to the member for Kennedy's question, as the Speaker has rightly pointed out, this is in the jurisdiction of Queensland state law, but I do agree with the member for Kennedy that truthful content in political communication is a genuine issue. And it is an issue that's been examined by this parliament through several avenues. The Joint Standing Committee on the Electoral Matters considered this issue in its last term, resulting in the Special Minister of State introducing legislation for consideration, which contains a model to regulate and govern truth in political ads. There's an open invitation from the Special Minister for State for all members, including for the member for Kennedy and senators, to meet with him to discuss this important reform. We know that regulating paid political communication and indeed more broadly mis- and disinformation is a complex issue, with many members and senators having varied ideas, concerns and views on these types of pieces of legislation. I also note that states and territories are in different stages of legislating this type of content in paid political communication, with my home state of South Australia being one of the most progressed. The Australian Electoral Commission
one of the most trusted Commonwealth agencies who have the primary task of running our federal elections, have made their views clear. The AEC have consistently given evidence that this is not an area of law that should be rushed or approached without careful consideration. This includes, of course, the question of who should be the authority and regulator of the content of truth and opinion. As the Commonwealth, we must consider the constitutionally implied freedom of political communication in any reform. But of course, Member for Kennedy does raise an issue that concerns all elected members of Parliament. But I would say one thing that I'm always reminded regularly is the Australian public are not silly. They often can see through these smear campaigns and rhetoric, and I always put trust in the Australian people.
Yeah. Give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How has the work of the Albanese Labor government this fortnight, both at home and abroad, been delivering for Australians, and are there any risks?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the fantastic member for Moreton for her question. Stronger Medicare, cheaper medicines, cutting student debt, protecting penalty rates, building more homes, boosting Australian trade, lifting wages, backing jobs and backing Australian industry, backing our future made in Australia. In the 6 months since the election, we've been focused on delivering the policies that Australians voted for on the 3rd of May. I'm asked about alternatives, and the Liberals and Nationals keep talking about what Australians voted against. They're defined by what they're against because they can't work out what they're for. We talk about Medicare and back Medicare. They attack women's health, including some extraordinary speeches when it comes to Priya's law. We back Australia's interests overseas. They write to politicians in other jurisdictions about Australia's national policies. We support reliable, cheaper energy. They undermine our energy security. We fund housing, public housing, build-to-rent schemes, increased home ownership. They deny there was ever a problem. They didn't need a minister. We work with unions and the business community. They attack workers' rights, but they also treat the Business Council of Australia and the Australian Industry Group and ACCI as somehow the enemy as well, including, of course, the resources sector. That is who they are. That is what they believe.
Tell us what they've done in veterans.
We are delivering, they are divided. And when it comes to, I get an interjection again, come in spinner, Mr Speaker, about veterans. The mess that we had to fix as a result of their neglect and sacking of public servants, and then they went to the last election saying they would sack another 46,000, and then they give speeches about culture of dependency, which means cuts to jobs, cuts to welfare, cuts to support for people, cuts to pensions and services. Mr Speaker, we are delivering. They are divided, divisive and despairing. They only have two settings, Mr Speaker, talking Australia down and dragging each other down. We're building Australia's future. They're afraid of it. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I present the 2025 Presiding Officer statement regarding the condition of Parliament House. I give the call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. If I may, Mr Speaker, just give people an indication as to the time that we're dealing with. On our calculations, at the pace we've been going, we have about an hour and 10 minutes to go of government business. So, as I said earlier, we will start the MPI, but we will not get very far into it.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Goldstein proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need for transparency and accountability in the government's failed administration of the CFMEU and the consequences for housing affordability. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I know the government is going to do everything it has tried to do at every single point throughout the past 2 weeks to shut down a conversation about the corruption within the CFMEU and its direct connection back to this government, and more important than that, the attempt by which we have a minister who is running interference and simply does not want to have accountability in the context of the administration of oversight. So, Deputy Speaker, we are proud to stand up right now and stand out and speak out about the challenging problems of CFMEU corruption in Australia. We know the reality that is being faced. 15 months ago, the CFMEU was put under administration by this government because there were systemic issues of corruption, including, of course, revealed on television programs like 60 Minutes, where organised crime, criminal gangs and bikie gangs were infiltrating public projects and receiving cartel kickbacks that were going into the hands of those organised groups. They were being paid for by taxpayers. They were being paid for by mums and dads. They were being paid for by first home buyers who, through the cost of increased housing and, of course, through taxpayers, through debt and, of course, inflation and, of course, the interest rates that Australians are experiencing right now. It led the Labor Party to eventually accept, after letting the CFMEU off the leash, to accept an administration. It should never have got to this, Deputy Speaker, in the first place. Labor Party should never have abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission and removed the leash on the CFMEU and the corruption that they have pervaded across the Australian community. But once they did, once they accepted that they had become the enabler of corruption across Australian building sites, construction sites and public projects, they were shamed and embarrassed by the media, eventually into taking action. And what was that action? They appointed an administration which was designed to break the back of the corrupt culture that sits at the heart of the CFMEU. Well, 15 months later, we now have a report card from whistleblowers. It's not the opinion of the opposition. It's certainly not the opinion of the government, who have a view which is to see no evil, to hear no evil, or to speak no evil in the context of CFMEU corruption, and they certainly don't want to hear about CFMEU corruption. From whistleblowers through the Nine Press and, of course, 60 Minutes, people have been saying explicitly the problems of CFMEU corruption are now worse 15 months on than they were beforehand. And this is a scandal and a disgrace. And when we have asked basic questions in this parliament, Deputy Speaker, we have got no answers. Yesterday, the Prime Minister shut down question time rather than have a question asked him of CFMEU corruption. And it looks like the Leader of the House is going to do exactly the same thing.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks. First of all, on a point of order, I was listed to follow him and I was really looking forward to it. But in effectively missing that opportunity for myself, I move that the business of the day be called on.
So, take your seat, please. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm going to put that question firstly. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells.
When did we expect that? One day eventually we'll get our
They're all there.
Lock the doors. The question is that the business of the day be called on. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 46. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. So I'll call the clerk to bring on the item.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. National Environmental Protection Agency Bill 2025. Further consideration in detail.
The question is the bill be agreed to. The Honourable Member for Wentworth had listed her amendments and she is seeking a call and she's on her feet.
I'm going to take about a minute.
Yeah, the issue we've got, Member for Moncrieff, is the way considering. Oh, anyway. Look. Yeah. So the normal practice is people who circulate the amendments, we follow that process, and then those people who wish to speak at the end will be able to. And I know that you're very keen to speak, so. And the resolution, unfortunately, procures me to give you the call because it's listed as to the process, and we passed that before question time. Yeah. So the member for Wentworth has the call.
I move the amendment as listed as answers in my name. Circulated in my name.
The member may proceed.
My amendment to this bill continues the theme of transparency, this time for the new NEPA. Under this bill, the NEPA will play a central role in approving, assessing and enforcing environmental decisions. These decisions will help shape the health of our environment and credibility of the new system. Yet as the bill stands, the NEPA is only required to publish notice of a decision, not the reasoning behind it. Earlier I spoke about my amendment to the EPBC bill, which would require the Environment Minister to publish a statement of reasons for decisions made under the Act. This amendment mirrors this change. If this NEPA is to be trusted independent body that the community expects, its decisions must be clear, consistent and explainable. My amendment would require the agency to publish a short statement of reasons for each significant decision, particularly approvals, rejections and enforcements.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and give a call to the Honourable Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the issues that have been raised. The government will not be supporting these amendments or this amendment. Thousands of decisions are made under the EPBC Act every year, including things like issuing permits. Many decisions that would be published in the register are routine, and therefore it would be undue administrative burden to require reasons to be published in every single circumstance. The current reforms, specifically section 232 of the bill, provide that recommendation reports for approval decisions are published. This is an improvement on the current process that we have, where interested parties need to apply for a statement of reasons.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. Give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill and these set of bills. I wasn't able to speak on consideration in detail on this bill before the House because the government shut me down, and so obviously I'm not going to get the opportunity to ask the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment the questions, the long list of questions that I had to ask, and now I'm going to be allowed just a couple of minutes to say how we do not agree with these bills in the current form that they are in. I understand I'm speaking to a bill around the administration that is linked to the reform bill. I understand the procedure and speaking to the amendment on that. But what I would like to do is highlight the difficulties with this bill from the opposition's point of view. Now, I have stakeholders on both sides, on the conservation side, on the business and industry and productivity, coming to me saying that this is not workable for them. And what I would like to put to the House and to Australians across the country is that the coalition has been shut down time and time again today when we've been trying to talk about the flaws in this group of bills. Now, I want to talk to the Environmental Protection Authority, which will now have sweeping powers. It'll have a CEO that will have the power not be able to go to the minister and be fired by the minister. If the CEO of the EPA is not performing very well, then there will be no scrutiny from the minister. Now, there are some other problems with this bill. Unacceptable impacts in the bill.
I'm sorry to interrupt the member for Moncrief, but this amendment is very prescriptive regarding registrable decisions. It's not a general debate. So Ms Spender has moved, the member for Wentworth has moved her specific amendment. So if you can, which is about 28 publication of reasons. It's not a general debate. I'm so sorry to inform you, but it'll have to be about what is before the House, and the question I've stated is specifically about the member's amendment. It's very technical.
I understand, thank you, Deputy Speaker, that amendment and how technical it is. There are very many technicalities in these bills. There are technicalities in all of the bills. There are administrative bills. There are 7 bills in total, in fact, Mr Speaker, and the Coalition hasn't had the opportunity to speak even to the reform bill in the House, apart from the second reading speech. Now, there are many technicalities in this bill covering many areas of problems. The EPA, the unacceptable impacts, the net gain, the streamlined pathways are all technicalities in this bill that need to be addressed. And I don't think that this is a government, judging on their shutdown that we've seen today of democratic debate, this is not a government that looks like it is prepared to do any negotiation at all around these bills. There are technicalities that have unintended consequences throughout all of these bills that this government doesn't seem prepared to hear about on these EPBC reforms.
Order.
It's important.
Members' time has concluded. So the question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Noes have it. The question now is this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 85, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. On a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The Leader of the House earlier made a point about staff in the dispatch box. I just want to draw to your attention that the staff were laughing at our member at the dispatch box in the government box, and that behaviour is unacceptable as well.
I caution all staff in the advisers box to remind them that they are guests of the Parliament. So we'll just ensure that all staff know that there are processes and proper procedures to follow whilst they are advising. I thank the manager. The question... Call the Minister for the third reading.
Be read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. It's no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to establish the National Environmental Protection Agency and for related purposes.
Call the clerk to move to the next order of the day.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Environment Information Australia Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I will put the question immediately. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. result of the division is ayes 91, noes 32. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to establish the head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Move the bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to establish the head of Environment Information Australia and for related purposes.
Call the clerk to bring the order of the day number 5 forward.
Government business. Order of the day number 5. Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Customs Charges Imposition Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I will put the question immediately. The question is the bill be read a second time. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricorn and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 37. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are duties of customs in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. a bill for an act to impose charges that are duties of customs in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 6. Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier. I'll put the question immediately. So the question is this bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Against no. Did the ayes have it? Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left, and appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are duties of excise in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are duties of excise in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 7, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation General Charges Imposition Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier. I'll put the question immediately. The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are neither duties of customs nor duties of excise in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
I move the bill be read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to impose charges that are neither duties of customs nor duties of excise in relation to matters connected with the administration of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
Call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 8. Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I will put the question immediately. So the question before the House is this bill be now read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Against no. If the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question before the House is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 40. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The House will now consider... I'll call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to impose charges relating to restoration of the environment and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to. I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin. Member for Curtin may proceed.
This amendment is about a critical but largely unexamined element of the EPBC reforms, how we price environmental offsets. Because if we get the price wrong, the entire system will fail. Offsets are meant to restore nature, but if the cost of environmental damage is not reflected in the price paid, offsets don't work. Across Australia, we've seen what happens when offsets are underpriced. Developers pay a small fee, their projects go ahead, and governments are left with the impossible task of finding enough land, time and money to make nature whole again. And the result is a growing ecological deficit, an environmental credit card that never gets paid off. Under these reforms, the amount a developer pays into the offsets fund will be determined by a method set out in regulations. And my concern is that without strong legislative guidance, that method could again undervalue the true cost of restoration. And that's why I'm moving this amendment requiring that the method for setting this restoration contribution charge must take into account the full range of real-world costs involved in delivering a successful offset. When we talk about restoring ecosystems, the price isn't just the cost of planting a few trees. Restoration is complex, risky and expensive. My amendment ensures that the calculation of the offset price must consider a range of factors, including the cost of establishing, maintaining and monitoring projects, which are the practical, on-the-ground expenses of doing the work, the costs of identifying suitable sites, the time and expertise required to find land that can actually support restoration, the costs of acquiring that land, including stamp duty and transaction costs, contingency costs, the fact that projects fail and that success often requires multiple attempts, the added costs of remote locations where logistics and labour are more difficult, and the additional cost of scarcity. When suitable sites are few and far between, the price should rise accordingly. If we ignore these factors, we're not setting a fair price. We're setting nature up to fail. In too many jurisdictions, New South Wales, Queensland and overseas, offsets have been chronically underpriced. And that underpricing flows through the whole system. It means restoration projects are underfunded from the start. It means the offsets fund doesn't have enough money to deliver what was promised. And it means we end up with a pay-to-destroy model dressed up as environmental reform. By clearly defining the factors that must be included in the offsets pricing method, we make the system transparent, predictable and credible. This amendment is about integrity, financial integrity and ecological integrity. It ensures that when we talk about offsets, we're talking about real restoration, not accounting fiction. I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I thank the member for Curtin for the issue that's raised and respect absolutely that the role of offsets is something where having integrity to offsets is critically important. As I've said in question time before, the legislation also switches the concept from no net negative to net positive, which of itself is a significant change. The reasons that the government won't be supporting these amendments are similar to some reasons that I gave previously, but I'll give them now in response to the member for Curtin. This government's environmental reforms will deliver better outcomes for the environment and industry. The bill's reforms will introduce new options for offsetting. Project proponents can deliver an offset themselves, pay for the government to do it via a restoration contribution payment or a combination of both. A new independent restoration contributions holder will be able to use the funds to strategically deliver offsets to have greater environmental benefits, including through pooling funds or similar impacts. The government does not support these amendments because new rulings power under the Act fulfil the role of enabling the minister to determine that restoration contributions in all or particular circumstances are not appropriate as compensation for a particular protected matter. This mechanism does provide for flexibility and responsiveness by the Minister as new information becomes available, including any advice to the restoration contribution holder. The proposed amendments would also remove flexibility and limit the environmental benefits of larger strategic restoration actions, for example, increasing connectivity or creating wildlife corridors. This approach would be better for the environment and better for business. We know the current offsets regime isn't working for industry or the environment, and we need to be able to do something differently to improve the system and deliver restoration at scale. The bill strikes a balance between allowing that to happen while learning the lessons from other offsets approaches that haven't worked.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. A division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You've no idea how much I wanted to have a debate.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Indi and Wentworth as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 76. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have a division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Didn't even know you
Lock the doors. The question is the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 38. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister.
I move the bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to impose charges relating to restoration of the environment and for related purposes.
Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just for the information of members, the day on which the most divisions have ever been held was an overnight sitting from the 9th and 10th of April in 1935, when there were 83 divisions on a single sitting of the House of Representatives. As of today, we are now in second place at 40 divisions. If anyone wants to break the record and stay here for a late night, let me know.
I thank the Leader of the House. I have received a message from the Senate returning the Criminal Code Amendment State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025 without amendment. Order, if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give the call to the member for Bendigo. Call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report 229 Air Services Agreements, Saudi Arabia, Colombia, Peru, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Member for Goldstein is granted leave. Member for Bendigo may proceed.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, today I rise to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee report on Treaties, Joint Standing Committee on Treaties report into 3 treaty actions that establish the Air Services Agreement between Australia and the Republic of Colombia and Peru and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These agreements provide the legal framework for airlines to operate between Australia and each of these countries, including provisions for safety, security, regulation, compliance and commercial arrangements. These agreements mark the first treaty-level air services relationships between Australia and these 3 countries. Australia maintains friendly and cooperative relationships with Saudi Arabia, Colombia and Peru, underpinned by trade, education and shared international commitments. Saudi Arabia is a key partner through the G20 membership and growing tourism links, including the introduction of a new e-visa for Australian travellers. With Peru, Australia engages across mining, agriculture, education and tourism sectors, supporting the Peru-Australian Free Trade Agreements. Australia and Colombia have enjoyed diplomatic relations since 1975, collaborating on a range of issues of mutual interest, including energy, infrastructure, education and trans-international crime. The agreements are expected to build on these bilateral relationships, delivering benefits to Australian travellers and businesses, particularly in tourism, education and the export sector. The agreements will allow airlines from each country to set up offices in other countries, sell and promote their flights, and to use local services and staff. Airlines can also handle their own ground operations or offer ground services to others as long as safety rules are followed. Importantly, the airlines must be given fair chance to access airport slots and be treated no less favourably than other airlines. At a public held in October, the committee heard from representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The committee explored the value of these agreements, noting the strong education links between Australia, Saudi Arabia, Peru and Colombia. The committee found a range of goods and trades that would benefit directly from flights under the proposed agreements. Cargo holds for international passenger aircraft are well suited for transporting goods of high value and time-sensitive. Cut flowers are an example of trade between Australia and Colombia, and beef exports to Peru are another example.
Order. It being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 1 in 3 or 3.5 million Australian households experienced food insecurity in the last 12 months, according to the Food Bank Hunger Report for 2025, which was released yesterday. The report paints a stark picture of widening food insecurity across our nation, debunking the myth that hunger only affects the unemployed or the homeless. It affects people everywhere, including in my electorate of Bradfield. The Food Bank Hunger Report for 2025 reveals that cost of living pressures remain the #1 concern for 91% of food insecure households, followed by housing and the broader economy. Behind the data, there are some real stories of families forced to skip meals so children can eat, workers going hungry to pay rising rents, and people living with disability or illness struggling to put food on the table. So what is food insecurity? Well, it's a broad spectrum. So marginal food security, or marginal food insecurity, I should say, means that you're worried about whether your food will run out. That's about 11% of Australians, but they are not in this category of the 1 in 3 figures that I mentioned earlier. Food insecurity takes in those that are moderate to severely insecure. That means that if you're moderately food insecure, you compromise your meal choices, and that's 13% of Australians. That means you may not choose to buy proteins like beef or nuts, or you switch out fresh fruit, produce for lower priced, less perishable frozen ones, for example. Severe food insecurity means that you're skipping meals, and not just possibly one meal, but not eating for a whole day. A troubling 20% of Australians are in this category, and it's having crushing impacts on individuals and families. I spoke this week with a GP who told me that there are an increasing number of people, particularly women, presenting to his surgery with low health standards, fatigue, anemia, anxiety, depression. And when this happens, his first question goes to the patient's lifestyle and food choices, asking whether they are eating poorly or skipping meals. Unfortunately, the answer to these questions is increasingly yes, they are. The report's most alarming findings include that 1 in 2 of all renting households have experienced food insecurity in the past year. 7 in 10 of households that include someone with a disability or a health issue have experienced food insecurity in the past 12 months, and 3/4 of them are in the severe category. Nearly 7 in 10 single-parent households are now food insecure. 1 in 5 households earning $91,000 or more experienced food insecurity in the past 12 months. Now, all of this, frankly, is crazy in a country like Australia here in 2025, that families are skipping meals while at the same time good food is ending up in landfill. It's madness. That it's cheaper for food producers to throw away perfectly good food rather than donate it. The good news is that, as well as properly analysing and explaining the problem, Food Bank has designed a solution. They've put on the table a sensible and modest tax change that would mean good food goes to people like the mum who goes without breakfast in the morning so her kids can eat before school, rather than that food going to landfill. The change would incentivise small and medium-sized food producers such as farmers and growers to donate surplus fresh food to registered food charities. It would do this by producing a cashback or a tax credit for business based on the costs incurred in donating that food. And as I said, it's a small change, and I mean a modest government investment of around $50 million a year, and would only cover a portion of the costs incurred by food producers when donating excess food to charities. But it would tip the scales when businesses are considering whether to donate or to dump. Independent modelling shows a tax incentive by 2030 would deliver enough food for the equivalent of 100 million meals, save producers and businesses money, and help halve food waste. This proposal is a win for families, it's a win for small and medium-sized producers who can find a new market for their produce, and it's a win for the environment. When I asked the Treasurer a question in question time yesterday, I was delighted to hear that he is aware of the idea for a tax incentive and that he takes these kinds of suggestions seriously. He said that Labor is always looking for ways to help people with the cost of living, especially the most vulnerable. I thank the Treasurer for his interest, and I'm excited about the opportunity to work with him and with the member for Fenner, the Assistant Minister for Productivity, Competition, Charities and Treasury, to achieve this important reform that will so positively impact struggling Australian families.
The question is the House to now. Jenna, give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Lovely. Thank you, Speaker. 6 months ago today, or thereabouts, the people of Hasluck asked me once again to represent them, and I carried their trust and aspirations with me. Today is the final placement day for Maya Weiss, a student from the Australian National University who's been on internship with me. Maya is a keen student of linguistics and has prepared a research project on the use of explicit reading and writing instruction in primary schools in Hasluck and other electorates for comparison, including the Speaker's electorate. I'm pleased to have been able to host Maya in my office, and I hope to use her findings to further my understanding and support educational outcomes in my electorate. And Speaker, as my fashionably Gen Z intern informed me, not only is 909 the moniker of a very crucial part of DJ history and culture, but is also the number of cheaper home batteries that we have so far made available in Hasluck. It maintains our commitment to affordable, renewable energy, just as, I hope I say this in the right way, the TR909 is committed to advancing techno music, and my intern is committed to playing it out loud in my office. Speaker, okay, I'm glad that you know what that's in reference to. I'm learning a lot from my intern. I've had the privilege of welcoming new Aussies at citizenship ceremonies in Bassendean and Bayswater recently, with a couple more in Hasluck next week. Every story is different, but the courage and resilience of the many new families show to make Australia their home is truly inspiring. It's an honour to stand before them and say, along with the Minister, Australia welcomes you and everything you bring to our nation. Speaker, we can all recall incredible Aussie films that really made an impact on us. For me, it was kids' shows like Henderson Kids, films like Wake in Fright, and families today would be absolutely lost without programs like Bluey bringing joy and laughter into their homes. They are telling our story, and our national identity is being showcased to the world. So it's really fantastic and exciting that Minister Burke has introduced our line in the sand for Australian content on streaming channels. This will mean that we will continue to see ourselves and our stories to be told on the big screen and the little screens. And some of those will also now be made in our new Perth film studio right in my electorate of Hasluck out near Whiteman Park. Last month, I joined Minister Catherine King to turn the first sod on the Brabham District Community Centre. This is a project right in the heart of Hasluck's fast-growing northeast corridor. Our government's investment of $3.8 million through the Thriving Suburbs program will ensure this centre becomes a vital part and a hub for local family services and, of course, our community groups for many years to come. This is a project that reflects the spirit of Brabham being inclusive, energetic and future-focused. I look forward to returning to celebrate the countless community events and birthday parties and major milestones for our communities that will bring this centre to life and strengthen the connections that we have across Hasluck. So just prior to flying to Canberra for this sitting, I attended the launch event for Entwined in the Swan Valley. I've had some major FOMO while being FIFO, being between my home of electorate of Hasluck and here in Canberra. Now, every year the Spring the Valley welcomes visitors from near and far to experience an extraordinary array of events, culture, food and of course wine, beer and spirits. So the event runs until the November the 16th, so thankfully I'll be just in time to be able to return and enjoy celebrating Italian culture in the valley, and I look forward to trying to squeeze in a few more extra events before the festival concludes. And while we're talking about the Swan Valley, I need to share the ongoing success of Sandalwood Wines in Caversham. Sandalwood were recently awarded recognition for its cuisine, service, wine and overall hospitality, winning 4 categories at the 2025 Gold Plate Awards. Member for Hunter, he bangs on about the wine in this place quite a lot, but I'm here to tell him and all members representing grapes anywhere in the country that the Swan Valley is absolutely a place that is hard to beat. And Speaker, recently I was in Midland celebrating the annual Pacifica Festival organised by the Cook Islands community of WA. It was an extraordinary day of language, dance, food and music. It's an example of the extraordinary and diverse abilities and talent and willingness for people to volunteer to bring so much to our community, and I congratulate all of the families and organisers and volunteers to making it such an extraordinary success.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
As we get closer to the end of the year, that summertime feeling descends upon the Mornington Peninsula with at first delicate discomfort about our roads and traffic, which by the 27th of December has become abject panic. But this year has been made so much worse by inaction and incompetence on behalf of the Victorian State Labor Government. Let us start with the Peninsula Link debacle. A planned closure for major works meant that all southbound lanes of Peninsula Link towards Rosebud were closed between Bungower Road and the Murdoch Highway from the 28th of September to a scheduled 29th of October. And whilst this led to a huge bank-up of traffic on the old roads heading south, we endured, counting down the days to the 29th of October, only to find that when we reached the unofficial launch date of the holiday season, that is the Cup Day long weekend, that the road was still shut down. As I drove up to the city on Sunday to get my flight to Canberra, I saw kilometres of traffic banked up all the way heading southward, and on Monday I wasn't surprised to receive tens of emails from local businesses reporting both mad and missing visitors on one of the most important business weekends of the year. The closure has been extended for another 2 weeks until the 15th of November, running perilously close to the next bumper business season on the southern Mornington Peninsula, Schoolies Week. This is the Victorian Labor playbook in action: delays, mismanagement and wrong priorities. Rather than upgrading the crumbling local roads that people use every single day, Labor was busy resurfacing one of the better roads on the peninsula and shutting it down completely to do so for weeks. Ask locals and they'll tell you the real problem isn't the smoothness of the Peninsula Link, it's the potholes that make local driving dangerous, breaking axles and punctures in people's tyres, largely resulting from the state government's 93% reduction in patching works and a 14% reduction in road resealing and rehabilitation budgets. But nowhere is Labor's neglect more deadly than at the intersection of the Nepean Highway and Uralla Road in Mount Martha. This single intersection has seen over 30 serious accidents since 2012. 18,000 vehicles travel along the Nepean Highway in Mount Martha every single day. The Coalition committed to fixing this intersection back in 2019, and 6 years later, drivers entering or exiting Uralla Road are still taking their lives into their own hands. After years of persistent advocacy by me and indeed my predecessor, the nearby Forest Drive intersection finally got its upgrade, again funded by the Federal Coalition, but the contrast makes the inaction on Uralla Road even more idiotic, indeed callous. How many more accidents will it take before the Labor government actually delivers? Every time the government delays, the risk persists. And it's not just the highways. In Murdoch, parents are living through a traffic management nightmare right outside the local primary school. A local parent, Cass, told me there are 4 separate roadwork projects, all taking place simultaneously within a few hundred metres of the school, and the result is gridlock in a 40-kilometre zone. Parents are late to pick up their kids, drivers are becoming aggressive, there's been multiple near misses and several minor collisions. Local police are now stationed at the site during pickup times, not for speeding, but just to stop traffic chaos from breaking out. That's not policing, it's babysitting the government's horror mismanagement. And then to top it off, our council recently flagged an intention to lower speed limits along Point Nepean Road between Dramana and Rye to between 40 and 50 kilometres an hour. We learnt this week, of course, that lowering speed limits is one of Labor's mad ideas to limit carbon emissions, according to the Department of Infrastructure's own consultation, but this proposed change will add many wasted minutes to the daily commute up and down the peninsula. Residents are right to be frustrated, indeed furious. The southern Mornington Peninsula is now like a battle of Gallagher, with ever-changing speed limits, potholes, narrow and dangerous bike lanes and constant roadworks. Labor's answer is always the band-aid solution of slowing everybody down. If the roads are unsafe, fix the roads. Don't penalise drivers who are trying to get to work or school or to the shops on roads that have been neglected for years. The pattern is clear. Under Victorian Labor, the Mornington Peninsula's roads are getting worse, not better. The Allen Labor government likes to boast about record infrastructure spending, but if you drive down the roads in my area, you'll be forgiven for asking where has that money gone. Because on the ground, it sure doesn't look like it's being spent at home. The people of the peninsula deserve better. We deserve a government that understands that road safety isn't a slogan, it's about safe intersections, well-timed works and well-maintained roads. But right now, every single driver on the Mornington Peninsula can see the same thing. Labor has lost sight of the basics and it's a disgrace.
Shane.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on a really important bill that was recently passed in this Parliament in memory of little baby Priya. Heartbreakingly, baby Priya lived to just 42 days old. Instead of having the freedom to grieve her baby's death during this difficult time, Priya's mum faced distressing negotiations with her employer about a return to work she hadn't planned for. Speaker, I don't have first-hand experience of childbirth and losing a baby at the same time, but I do know grief. Grief can be overwhelming, paralysing, raw. Some days it is truly debilitating. For pregnancies that reach 20 weeks, 1 in every 135 will end in stillbirth. Baby Priya's bill introduces a new principle into the Fair Work Act to protect families during the most difficult time of their lives. This bill means that unless employers and employees have expressly agreed otherwise, employer-funded paid parental leave cannot be cancelled if a child is stillborn or passes away. This is for the 6 babies who are stillborn in Australia every day, and the more than 2,000 families each year who face this loss and heartbreak. It means parents can rely on their paid parental leave entitlements regardless of the outcome of the pregnancy or birth. This bill is about dignity. It's about compassion. And from a legislative perspective, it's about defining a grey area of the law and giving families financial security at a time when they need it most. Because even if a person experiencing the loss of a child does have supportive employers, those employers do not have a defined category of leave to give them. It's not bereavement leave, it's not annual leave. What do you call it? This bill provides clarity for parents, for employers, and for the whole workplace. It sets out shared expectations so that these moments can be handled with dignity and compassion. It leads to mutually beneficial conditions for both employers and employees, and it builds trust and dialogue in workplaces. The clarity this bill provides aligns with the clarity provided in existing unpaid parental leave entitlements, ensuring consistency across the workplace relations framework. And importantly, it doesn't interfere with bargaining in good faith agreements. This means that the ability to bargain for pay and conditions above the safety net remains central to our approach to workplace relations. When we define and protect this paid parental leave, we're recognising the experience of those families instead of erasing it. Going through pregnancy and childbirth and adjusting to new life with a baby is challenging, it's transformative, and for most families it's joyous. But to go through that experience with loss instead of new life, and with grief instead of joy, and to be forced to an immediate return to work is horrific. Friends of mine have gone through this experience. Colleagues of mine have spoken in this chamber about people in their communities that have gone through this experience. You'd think this bill would have received unequivocal support from every member of this House, because the horrors that baby Priya's family went through, those horrors that I saw my friends go through, are not something I would wish upon any Australian. A few weeks ago, I was speaking to one of my best friends, a wonderful doctor who works on the maternity ward at Melbourne hospitals, about this legislation. As she was speaking, her eyes teared up and she said the following: "I look after patients who lose their babies. There's so much that we try to do to provide care to them and to try to help them in that moment. It shocked me that after everything they go through, after all the care we provide, that a workplace would actually expect them to go back to work within a few days of going through that. It's just awful." Instead of unequivocal support, this House and the Australian public have been subjected to some truly sickening comments from those opposite. Those opposite just don't get it. They who don't get that for a parent to be told by their employer that no, you do not have the time and space to grieve, for a woman to be trapped without the opportunity to physically recover from a traumatic childbirth is abhorrent. The lack of compassion and empathy that has been shown by these members is astounding. Their comments are unworthy of this place and unworthy of the people they represent, but we won't let their comments take away from this moment, because this is a proud moment, a moment to recognise that the Labor Party is doing really good things in people's lives right across Australia, for women and families in their most vulnerable moments, because this piece of legislation will affect so many Australians' lives for the better.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Speaker. Mr Speaker, I thank the volunteers of the Maryborough Military Aviation Museum Association, led by Jenny Elliott, who are preserving Maryborough's wartime history. Founded in 2016, the association showcases Maryborough Airport's history as an RAAF air station and highlights the important role of the servicemen and women who were based there during World War II. Between 1941 and 1944, thousands of wireless air gunners, navigators and members of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force were stationed in Maryborough for training before their deployment. Destined to become crew members for Bomber Command and air gunners, they were trained to send and receive Morse code messages and operate machine guns in a wide variety of aircraft. The RAAF station at Maryborough Airport closed after the war, but through the efforts of the Maryborough Military Aviation Museum Association, this vital part of the heritage city's history is being preserved, and I'm always keen to support them. This Saturday, the museum is holding a special commemorative service to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, to reflect on Maryborough's contribution to Australia's national security during the war, and I wish them all the very best for their event. Mr Speaker, on Tuesday at 11 a.m, on the 11th day of the 11th month, we pause to remember the 2 million men and women who served in the defence of our nation, and particularly the 102,000 Australians who made the ultimate sacrifice since 1914, giving their lives for the freedom we enjoy today. On Remembrance Day, we honour those who have served, as it is through their bravery and courage that Australia is safe and secure. For many veterans and their families, Remembrance Day can be a difficult time, and I acknowledge the work of ex-service organisations that support and advocate on behalf of veterans and their families. This Remembrance Day marks the 107th anniversary of the armistice which ended the First World War, during which more than 300,000 Australians served overseas and more than 60,000 people lost their lives. 2025 is also the 110th anniversary of the Gallipoli campaign, the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, and the 75th anniversary of Australia's service in Korea and Malaya. We honour the brave service and sacrifice of Australian Defence Force personnel, lest we forget. Mr Speaker, the Maryborough Military and Colonial Museum is a remarkable place. It preserves the legacy and stories of service personnel who have served our country since the Boer War. The museum arguably has the richest collection of wartime memorabilia outside the National War Memorial, and attracts local, national and international visitors who come to see the magnificent displays of medals, uniforms, models, artwork, letters and mementos that paint a picture of the service and sacrifice of those who have fought to give us our freedom and security. The museum was established by the late John Wallace Meyer and his wife Elsie, who purchased the historic Wharf Street building in 2004 and used their private military collection as a basis for the museum. John sadly passed away in 2022, but more than 100 volunteers work to continue his legacy, using their time and skills to educate visitors about Maryborough's colonial and military history. I work with the museum to secure a $700,000 grant from the former coalition government to help the museum grow, to make their vast collection of memorabilia and national heritage items accessible for more people, and continue to showcase Maryborough's rich military history.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker.
So over the last few days, there's been a lot of discussion and divisions around the environmental protection reforms. Busy day today. But it's clear from today that these historic reforms are at risk of being blocked by the Greens political party and the LNP. And I absolutely don't want to see this happen, and neither does my community of Brisbane. We really are at a pivotal moment in time when we can do something very special, protect our environment while enabling our communities to flourish with affordable housing, renewable energy and infrastructure. Now, in the words of David Attenborough, the truth is the natural world is changing and we are totally dependent on that world. It provides our food, water and air. It is the most precious thing we have and we need to defend it. And it's also true that our environment and economy are intrinsically linked. Agriculture, resources, our tourism sector, they all rely on a healthy natural environment. Now, in July last year, the Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions at ANU reported a few things. One, our continent has warmed almost 1.5 degrees. Our rainfall patterns have changed and we are experiencing more frequent periods of extreme weather, such as droughts, bushfires and flooding. Our land surface has significantly modified and at least 19 ecosystems are collapsing due to climate change and other pressures. Now, I know with some despair that it's not possible to reverse this decline. However, I do believe we really are at a turning point. And we can't deny the science, but we can build a coalition across the community to help solve the problems and keep the lights on. Government, business and environmental groups must continue to work together to protect our environment and enable the economic benefits of sustainable development. Now, with the introduction of Labor's environmental reform bills, we do have the opportunity now to take real action to protect, conserve and restore our important environmental areas and species. And that's why this term the Labor government has really prioritised a number of things, reforming these laws to make them fit for purpose, while also taking real action on climate change and protecting the environment. Protecting and conserving 30% of Australia's land and 30% of our marine areas by 2030. Now, this is backed by significant investment, $200 million investment to help meet the 30 by 30 targets, in addition to 232 and a bit for the Indigenous Protected Areas program and $25 million to protect critical biodiversity areas. Our ambitious plans to stop species extinction is directly supported by another $500 million plus, or $500 million plus, to support the recovery of threatened species and ecological communities. And this investment really will help rebuild some of our most vulnerable species and prevent further extinction. We also went to the last election committing to 40 diverse local projects which will be delivered through local conservation groups, land care, etc. So I stand here today really proud of Labor's environmental record. And Labor is the party that has delivered every single major environmental reform in Australia's history. Land care, saving the Franklin, protecting Daintree and Kakadu, and building the largest network of marine parks in the world, in addition to addressing the threat of climate change. And if we really think about it, the list of climate and environmental reforms since the election of the Albanese Labor government in 2022, that's shifted the conversation on how Australia can be a good global citizen and play its part. Now, Mr Speaker, to pass these laws, Labor needs the support of those opposite and in the Senate. The last time we tried to create a federal EPA, the Greens political party and the coalition blocked it in the Senate. And we thought that was bad enough then. But let's fast forward now to November 2025, and the introduction of the EPA is again at risk because of the coalition and the Greens political party. They're incapable of putting self-interest aside and working with the government to introduce much-needed reforms. The coalition appears to be completely bereft when it comes to clearly articulating what their environmental policy is. So it's no wonder we're where we are. And the Greens political party voted against the bill in the House this morning, which is mind-boggling given their background. It's time to help support this bill. The people of Brisbane and around Australia voted for environmental reforms. This bill was fair balanced, it protects our environment, ensures net positive outcomes. I urge the opposition and the crossbench to be on the right side of history here and support it.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 24th of November 2025 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, ladies. Have a good weekend.